Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. Is everybody around? Is my audio, visuals all okay?
Yes.
Hi, Chair. Welcome back. I hope you're feeling much better today.
Yeah, I'm doing great, even though it can't be 100%, but I'll soldier on. Good morning, honorable members. It's exactly 9:30. Allow me to take this opportunity and welcome you in a meeting. And I'm requesting your good selves to switch off my video so that I can have a better reception. And let me welcome you and also appreciate in my absence the good work that you did when I was not fine, even though today I'm fine. It's not 100%, but worry not, colleagues, and I really appreciate your support and your prayers for me to be released in hospital. I'm safely home and want to say I've officially declared this meeting opened. And if there's any glitches because of the network, sometimes it might not be perfect. I'll request to be assisted and have a co-chairer. Like as always, it does not need us to elect because I'm in the meeting, it might be the issue of network. It does not need us to follow the process of electing. But Honorable Raji, as you know, you will assist if there's a need. Let me go straight to the second item, which is apologies on Nola. Can we get apologies? Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I do not have any apologies from the honorable members. The one apology, though, that we received earlier in the week was that of the minister. I'm not sure whether it was for this meeting or that minister would not be here for the full duration of the time and would rather be here until a specific time. But other than that, Honorable Chair, there are no other apologies that we have on our side. Thank you.
Can I get an indication, members, in terms of adopting the agenda before I proceed to its third item? It's only one item in our agenda that needs a presentation. Honorable members, can I get an adoption of it?
Yes, Lorraine.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I second, Chair. Thank you very much.
We have a contrary view. In the absence of none, the third item is introduction, members. But I think it might be, let's do it from the side of the presenters. We remain as the same members. There's no need for us to introduce ourselves. I believe maybe it might happen from the department side. We've got new people. Let's allow them an opportunity to introduce themselves. And also after introducing, I'll want to take this opportunity and give it to the minister to give us his opening remarks and also allow the presenter to take us through. I saw the minister, it's in the platform. Minister, with your team, you can cluster the item, introduce, you do your opening remarks and do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And indeed, from my side, I continue to wish you well. I had the opportunity to speak to you while you were in hospital. I also even had the opportunity to speak to your nurses and get a live update, so to speak, on your recovery. And I'm glad to see and hear that you are recovering. Just, Chair, just with your indulgence, the apology or the part apology that Nola read out is for next week. It's not for this week, so she might be looking into the future, but in the present I'm very much here and available, Chair, on the first and second quarter performance. Chair, with your indulgence, can I then just introduce the team that's on the platform with us today?
Yes, Minister, you may take us through and also proceed with the presentation. It's your time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. So firstly, let me welcome the team that is with us. Let me say it's good to be with the Portfolio Committee and greet all of the members, the staff of the committee and those officials present here. Chair, in my office, I have the DG sitting with me and my parliamentary liaison officer, the DG obviously being Mr. Ndekane and my parliamentary officer being Mr. Alberts. I also have online the head of PMTE, Caesar Sabande. I have the DDG for Real Estate Management, Ms. Inyaleti Mtetwa, the DDG for REIS, Sasa Subin, the DDG for CPM, Luyanda Kafile, the CFO, Manla Satole, the DDG for FM, Ricky Samuels, sorry, as we all know him, the DDG for Corporate Services and Professional Services, CJ Abrahams, the DDG for Governance, Risk and Compliance, Lwazi Mhlangu, the Acting DDG for Policy, Mr. Ndo, the Acting DDG for SCM, Mr. Tsatsedi, the Acting Head of ISA, Ms. Masemola, the Chief Director for Prestige, Mr. Sazona, and the DDG for IGR, Mr. Mtombeni. Those are the officials present, and they will collectively present as the presentation goes along. Chair, let me thank the Portfolio Committee and yourself for the opportunity to provide an update on the department's performance for the first 2 quarters of 2024-2025, the financial year. These are obviously the 2 quarters preceding the start of the 7th administration. This update also reflects on the financial and non-financial performance of the department, and also identifies areas of concern that require interventions, both medium, long-term, and ones that are also difficult to do, but they are interventions nonetheless. And these must be done to improve the outcomes of the performance of the department. In terms of our financial performance up to June 2024, we see a representation of 26% of the budget being spent against the total allocation of 7.6 billion rand. We also have a number of key variances, particularly in the compensation of employees, where we have spent around 22% of the allocation. Some of these have been delayed, or some of this is due to the delays in filling critical vacancies, but yourself, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee will know that that is one of the issues that we have addressed in recent months, where we have, of course, advertised for critical vacancies, and we will be soon approving another 232 vacancies for advertising. This has been done in conjunction with the Department of Public Services and Administration, and we've worked in a hands-on manner to try and speed that up and seek the approvals to go forward. When it comes to transfers and subsidies, around 1.7 billion rand has been dispersed, or 27% of the allocation. Some of these relate to exchange rate fluctuations, particularly around the Commonwealth War Grave Commission payment. And I am sending the DG to France next month, or it's a few days' time, DG, that you're leaving, to go and particularly take a hands-on approach to that matter, and also ensure that it is prepared and ready for the 110th celebration in 2026, which I believe the President will be leading to France. So that will also be one of the issues there. And then also what has delayed or some of the transfer and subsidies is around non-compliance by public bodies in the EPWP integrated grant process. That's obviously with municipalities and provinces, and particularly their failure to submit signed grant agreements and project lists. This falls within the scope, obviously, Chair and Committee, that you'll be aware of around the work that we are doing around EPWP and the reimagining process of the Expanded Public Works Programme. In terms of goods and services, spending remains low for those 2 quarters, around 15% of the total allocation, which reflects the inefficiencies in procurement processes that we have obviously spoken about, and which we are addressing. In terms of non-financial performance, there's performance obviously across key programs, including administrative, intergovernmental coordination, and project management, has been inconsistent. Around the EPWP performance, sub-targets were met, but persistent issues of non-compliance by public bodies have delayed these grants. We have spoken about that. Chair, the areas of concern that I'd like to sort of in a very high-level way bring to the committee's attention is around the human resources challenges and the delays in filling vacancies, and our ability to be able to perform optimally. These are being addressed, but they have had adverse consequences for Q1 and Q2. And we do hope that in the pursuit of filling these, particularly at an executive level, that they will bring a stability and direction in the in the long-term focus of the department. I think that we begin the shortlisting process shortly, and we hope to have at least senior management finalized and in place by the end of Q1 of next year, if all the approvals go according to plan. Other areas of concern around EPWP non-compliance, as we have spoken about, the underutilization of budgets, goods and services, and the procurement bottlenecks are particularly problematic. And then around delays in infrastructure projects, you'll be aware, Chair, that we obviously made that statement to the House a few weeks back, where we have outlined our process going forward to get projects back on track. In that regard, Chair and Committee, we have had a number of engagements with bodies, including CRDB, CBE, and donor bodies to provide technical assistance to us to be able to take some of the absolute worst and most delayed projects and be able to complete those in a relatively short space of time under very strict project management guidelines and under strict contractor guidelines as well. And I think the CRDB has been particularly helpful in that regard. Chair, in terms of interventions, these are obviously what we're trying to do to address these challenges. Some of them will obviously only be seen in time to come. But as we understand, in order to fix things, these can be a process. So obviously, one of the first things we're doing is around the appointment of permanent personnel. We've spoken about that. Reviewing of the human resource management process and how our recruitments and approvals are done and how we can expedite these to fill key positions. Enhancing our collaboration with the AGSA. I must say, Chair, one of the very enlightening things that we were told last week is how the AGSA personally rightly criticized Public Works, but in the next breath said how heartened she has been at the collaborative effort that we have instituted. And she really said, quite frankly, and I mean, I don't want to not quote it correctly, but we are one of the few departments now in government that has taken the proactive approach to partner and take hands with the AGSA, particularly on issues of live audits, which we will now start doing, the implementation of interim financial statements so that we are not dealing with issues at the end of the financial year, but we deal with them as we go along. And it's also some of the suggestions that we have made in terms of ensuring that client departments are audited for their failure to pay us on time. And then another intervention is around EPWP compliance, and this is around providing support to public bodies to ensure the timely submission of signed agreements and project documentation, so that is not slowed down. Chair, one of the other things I'd also just like to bring to the committee, I know there's been a lot of public expression or discussion around the IDT, and there are two issues that I think need to be highlighted. One is the still non-compliance with regards to the submission of financial statements. It remains a material risk for the department and that they have that this issue remains. My personal view is that whatever the technical disagreements are between IDT and the AGSA, they would make no material fact or change the qualified opinion that they most likely would receive. The second issue obviously relates to the public discussion that has had around their involvement in a tender to a company called Bulking, and this revolves around donor funding that was made from the Global Fund to the Health Department for the rollout of quite a substantial amount of oxygen provisions to a number of hospitals. The high-level facts of the matter is that the project scope ballooned from around 285 million to over 800 million. We, after reading a number of accusations made against the IDT and bulking as a service provider, we requested a number of documents and correspondence from IDT. At first, it was insufficient. In the second go, we received some more documents, but not to the point that we are particularly satisfied. And on a high level view, it appears that this company just simply doesn't have the required licenses as was required to begin with, and that they wouldn't have met the requirements. Because you will appreciate the way that IDT is structured, that they are not a public entity, but rather a trust. It's an anomaly that has been carried over for the last 30 years, that my ability to be able to intervene is somewhat limited, as opposed to if it was a public entity, I could dissolve the board or give executive instructions. In conjunction with the Minister of Health, because we also must appreciate that these funds were made available from the Global Fund, which is a donor, and how we treat this obviously has very big consequences for how we receive money from a number of aid agencies, that if there is a whiff of corruption, and that these can obviously affect the global funding community. So what we've done, Chair and Committee, is I have expressed my views that the tender should be paused until a full forensic investigation has been completed. The Minister of Health concurs with me on that. He, in my last communication with him, has also advised IDT that that is our joint position. We are then waiting to hear back from them. Should they not pause the implementation of this tender and freeze the money of the Global Fund, or return it, as would be preferable, and we rather put this project to DBSA as an idea between the minister and myself, we may have to look at legal action and to seek a remedy on that basis. Obviously, I don't think that anything like this has ever been envisaged. So we have had to take some very high-level and senior advice as we go along the way. But I know it is an issue that is in the public domain, and I thought, let me update the committee on the action that we have taken there, so we reassure them that any allegations of irregularity, impropriety are dealt with swiftly, and that there are consequences for that. So, Chair, in conclusion, let me just say that you will appreciate that in the 7th administration that our department is committed to addressing long-standing issues within the department, and that we want to address those challenges and ensure that public confidence is restored to the department, and that public resources are utilized effectively to deliver meaningful results in South Africa, and that the outlined interventions that we have made previously and that we have taken the committee into confidence, and indeed the country through our statement to the House, will enhance efficiency, accountability, and performance, ensuring that the department meets its mandate. I also must commend the responsibility that our officials are acting within to really implement some of the tough choices that we have to make, some of the deep reforms that we have to make, particularly within property management, particularly within human resources, and particularly within construction management. I think that they should be commended to leading those interventions that, of course, do not show fruit in 1 month or 2 months. But I would again say to the committee that when we get to the end of the term in 2029, that we should be able to look back and see a dramatically different picture and landscape within the Department of Public Works and infrastructure, that it is a department that we are proud of. Chair, let me also commend the work that Infrastructure South Africa has done. They have worked incredibly hard over the last couple of months to restructure and refocus the infrastructure offering of our country. And that was no better said to me than let me not make it too obvious, but by a very big group that said they are very comfortable now to start investing in South African infrastructure projects because they can see the type of clarity and professionalism that guarantees return on investments. And I thought that really crystallized the work that they have done. We went to the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Council last week that I am the secretariat of, and we presented our 8 pathways to increase gross fixed capital formation, which was unanimously adopted by the council and really outlines a new trajectory for infrastructure development in South Africa that is underpinned by transparency and by accessibility, but also becomes a key driver of economic growth and jobs within the country. The second important issue that we walked away with there is a pilot project in local government where ISA will partner with local municipalities to deliver infrastructure projects on time and on budget. This is crucial because if we get that right and we scale it up, we can change infrastructure implementation and delivery and where it matters most and where residents feel it the most acutely, and that is in their towns and communities. And that was unanimously endorsed by the Commission, and those are across 4 municipalities in 4 different provinces, which we're very excited to do and get that underway. And then lastly, Chair, if I can say, the immense interest that we've had, obviously, in bid window 1 of the project preparation fund, that has been fascinating to watch. And in fact, we are already planning for the next bid windows, which will not just be only government funding, but will be in partnership with private sector and equity funding to actually boost the total value of those preparation funds. And it's been interesting to see the level of interest now from the private sector, and that they are absolutely committed into our partnering with government in its approach. And if we get that right, which we will, that will have an exponential a catalytic consequence for the country, that we are not just announcing projects that can't be delivered, but that they are fully planned, fully costed, and fully financed, so that we have a greater rate of completion than we have had previously. And I think that could also potentially relieve some of the problems that we've seen around incomplete projects in the future. But Chair, those are just sort of my highlights, my introductions and reflections that I'd like to give. But let me now hand over to the DG to proceed with the presentation. So DG, over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much, and honorable members. Thank you, Minister. Chairperson, we are presenting 2 reports, the non-financial and financial performance reports. And we will, without wasting time, allow the non-financial performance report for Q1 and Q2 for our DDG GRC, Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu, to take us through, to whom then after that the CFO will deal with the financial ones. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Minister, you may proceed with your team, allow them to present, but before that, I need you and the team to also touch on the accuracy or the security system of your your system that you are using in the department. We hear from the media on the street, we are not sure that your systems are hacked. How true is that? You may proceed. Allow your team to present.
All right, I'll let. Okay, thanks, Chair. Let me then hand over to Mr. Mhlangu, one of our new permanent appointees in senior management. We have got him permanently appointed, which I'm very excited about. So we bring stability to that. So let me hand over to Mr. Mhlangu to begin the presentation. Mr. Mhlangu.
Morning, Minister. Thank you very much. DG, Honorable Chair of the committee, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and executive management of the department. Good morning. Chair, if I may ask for the rights to share, unless it can be projected on the other side by Secretariat.
Nola, can you assist with the sharing rights?
Thank you.
Granted, Lozi.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure it's visible on your side.
Yes, it's feasible.
Thank you. So I'll take you through the non-financial performance information. Most of the stuff has also been covered by the opening remarks by the Minister. So I will also touch on some of the areas, the challenges we're facing, and also focusing on some of the areas of that we're concentrating on to improve performance going forward. On this slide 3, this is the breakdown of our program structure of the department, which is basically in 2 votes or 2 entities, the main vote, as well as property management trading entity, program 1 to program 5 in the main vote, from administration, intergovernmental coordination split into 2, intergovernmental relations, as well as professional services, and then program 3, expanded public works, program 4, property construction, industry policy and research, split into 2, policy regulation, as well as Infrastructure South Africa, and then Prestige as program number 5. And then for PMTE, program 6 is administration, focusing largely on the expenditure trends in the PMTE. And then program 2, which will be in the program 2, which is basically would be program 7 in the frame of the APP, real estate investment, which focuses on investment of the organization, as well as looking at the user demand, client department needs. Program 3, construction project management, Minister also touched on it in terms of the challenges, but I'll also go into detail. Real estate management services, which is our leasing portfolio, both state as well as the private leases, as well as the release of land as part of your disposal process, and as well and dealing with the OBB operation bring back. And then real estate information and register services, which is our main asset register and the support that we provide to other government departments, especially provincial departments from a technical perspective. And lastly, the facilities management, which basically is the workman of our infrastructure, looking at the maintenance. So, and in terms of the legend, this is the legend we use. You will see that the presentation throughout for non-performance is color-coded. When you look at the target against it achieved, 90% and above will be green performance, 50 to 89 will be activities, and targets that are partially achieved. And then 11 to 49 target not achieved at a level of an activity, and then target not achieved, poor performance 0 to 10%. You'll also note, Chair and members of the committee, that we've got a color coding, gray as well, Gray basically means that it is not a quota target, but there's certain activities that are taking place towards achieving the target, be it in the annual or in a particular quarter. So those are some of the issues. And then internally, we do have other codings that we use where we then do an analysis. If it's blue and red, for the purposes of Parliament, this is not what we were basically presenting. This is an internal as a way of looking at the credibility of information. Then I'll go quickly in terms of overall high-level performance. We've broken it down and diagrammatically represented the performance comparing quarter one and quarter two. You'll see that the quantum of targets that have been that for the quarter one with 54 targets, and then quarter two 61, and then in terms of achievement. In terms of achievement, we achieved 29 in quarter one and then 22 in quarter two. And then we also project, again, according to the color coding, targets that are partially achieved and then targets that are not achieved, as well as those that are not in the quarter. Now, this is also to take into consideration the fact that the reason why we are presenting also those that are not for the quarter is that they don't get lost in terms of the quarter on quarter. Right. And now when you look at the total quantum of KPIs over the year, for the financial year, you can see that it's 61 plus that 21 for the quarter, which gives you a total of 82 targets that we have for the entire financial year. Now, coming to this one now, specific to quarter two, we just basically have a pie chart to also represent the targets that are achieved, 36%, which basically is the 22 of the 61, that gives you 36. And then the rest, 19, and 21, in terms of that, they are also presented in that context, in that. Now, the detail of this and the narrative, as well as the challenges we're facing and solutions that we're proposing or recommendations, are then broken down into this table. Starting with program one, we started off with the ethics and fraud perception rate, which basically measures 7 categories from knowing and reporting fraud and corruption up to abuse of power. We also look at those categories, but to look at the perception rating that we look into that. These are not quarter targets, but we are currently preparing the questionnaires in those various categories that will then be circulated to all the participants. The target audience is basically the DPW. We also correlate that information from the assessment of the responses with the investigations, the actual investigations. So we're looking at the balance between the perception, the perceived risk, as well as the actual risk, so that we can actually see where exactly are the areas of concern with regards to fraud and corruption. Then we also look at compliance, basket of a compliance. Here we're measuring the top 20 compliance in a basket, and all our areas of compliance, ranging from financial to responding to financial material irregularities, irregular expenditure, occupational health and safety, PAIA, lease maintenance, lease and inspections. So they are all encompassed in that top 20. And every single one of them is measured against 100%, because our compliance is pitched at a level of 100%. Now we're sitting at 84 in quarter one, and 84 we deem it as low, because our highest and acceptable level of compliance, even though it's not 100%, we're looking at from between 95 and 100%. So anything below 95% is deemed to be non-compliant at level 2, which basically means that there's room for improvement. So we're sitting at 84% in quarter one and 72% in quarter two, owing largely to the issues of non-compliance, ranging from building structures that have been found to have a number of defects, and this is coming from the inspections, as well as consultation, longer consultation that takes place to finalize on the request in PAIA. And this is becoming critical, Chair, and it's important because to some degree, this also serves as a proxy indicator to the 30% crisis. For instance, the information regulator is already now providing information, or the requesters are now going to be provided information on the one, what is the main contractor, and how is the main contractor breaking down the 30%, and therefore now requesters are requesting that information. So we are using that as a proxy indicator to look at our transformation agenda, but we're also looking at it as well as whether the 30% is actually finding expression in that. So there's some of the legal issues that are coming in, particularly when you look at third-party information and how do you protect that. So the longer it takes to actually have a fine. So these are some of the issues that are taking place. But also there's non-compliance to findings that have been raised, and the request for information. We do find it, particularly when it comes to investigations, because most of it, they contribute to reporting this as irregular expenditure, and it takes quite a while to get information. Just to some degree, find that information is not available in the department, so we have also to explore other avenues of doing investigation. So those are the issues that are actually bringing down the level of, so it's bringing down not in the context that is non-compliance, but it's bringing down in the context that within the time frame that we ought to have completed, we are actually taking longer than we need to complete. Another example is your disciplinary cases. The rule of thumb is to have completed a disciplinary case within 90 days as a rule of thumb, but you find that others, they go over 1 year, 2 years, because of the changes, either the commissioner or the bargaining council or the non-availability of the chairperson, as well as the one that is actually being disciplined. Performance information is sitting at 36%, as highlighted earlier on, 22 of 61. So we see that quite a number of projects, especially CPM, there are some challenges that we're experiencing. Financial performance sitting at 56%. If you look at a 25% interval on quarter, and then quarter 2 is 50%. So we're basically sitting at 56%, over by 6 percentage point in relation to financial performance. We go on to the administration part of the human resources. We measure the vacancy rate. Our standard norm, which is also guided by the DPSA norm, is 10% as an acceptable level in terms of tolerance in relation to productivity of an organization, is sitting at 10%. We are sitting at 11%, both quarters 1 and 2. And I think Minister also highlighted that there are also a number of challenges that we're facing, particularly if you look at the 228 positions that we have actually submitted to DPSA for concurrency, so that we then can appoint this. Currently, there are also panels that have been set up for some of the senior and executive positions, as well as processes put in place to ensure that by the end of the financial year into the next financial year, at least appointments can actually be seen. So this will also affect or give effect to the percentage, to the vacancy rate. Again, in terms of the vacancies or the appointments, we break it down in terms of designated groups, women and persons with disabilities. We're sitting at a target of 48 for the financial year. Excuse me. And currently, we are sitting at just below 41% on both quarters, which basically is a non-compliance. So this is another concern, Chair, that we have in terms of the designated groups, both women and persons with disabilities, which is underachieved. Now, as part of the 228 positions that we've sent to DPSA, there was then an instruction by the Director General towards the end of the financial year to ring fence all positions within various units, and then with a prioritization for women, as well as priority for persons with disabilities, so that then you can also balance your EE statistics in the organization. So that's basically one of the ways that we'll be able to see that once we have the appointment of those 228, we'll come back and disaggregate that information in relation to designated groups. So we're expecting an increase in that. But going in future, we are looking at pushing this to 50% and up and beyond. And if you look at the history, we've been targeting 40% in the last couple of years, and we've moved now at a targeting to 48, and gradually we'll be moving towards 50 and beyond, ensuring that we address also gender mainstreaming. We've got HR delegations, which basically looking at the executive and the accounting officer in terms of delegations that was approved in the Q1, and that was also presented at our executive committee. That target was achieved in Q1. And secondly, we've got also an appointment of an ethics officer. We've got a new director, governance and compliance, who has also been appointed through the DPSA processes as the ethics officer of this department. Now, this ethics officer also takes into consideration, or rather runs this also compliance aspect, where I was talking about the compliance basket. They're also dealing with the issue of remunerative work outside public works, because that outside public sector, that is also an indicator in terms of professionalizing the state. 1, 2, also looking at that officials do not do business with the state, which will then also present an unfair advantage on the part of the officials when it comes to tenders. So it's also an ethical aspect that we are also bringing on board and dealing with these issues. And also in contribution to fraud and awareness in the organization, they are also looking at the ethics risks as well as awareness with regards to fraud. And then what is also important, Chair, to that this ethics officer is dealing with is also a contribution to Section G1 of the DPWI Code of Good Conduct, where now the state also participates in the contribution to DPWI as what we call specialized entities on various categories. So we are also running that process to look at what is the contribution of public works overall to the good codes of good practice, as well as DPWI Commission. In terms of the ICT, Chairperson, you did mention the challenges that we're experiencing, that you're hearing in the media. Part of it is the business processing and automation and ICT systems. One of the issues that we've picked is that owing to the fact that they're lacking governance structures within ICT, we've fully established now an ICT steering committee, which is broken down into 3 areas. It's an ICT steering committee, an ICT technical working group committee, as well as what you call the crisis management committee. That's part of the business continuity in the organization. That's what we have established to look at all the challenges that we're facing. And what we are doing basically, owing to the breaches that we continue to experience, we are also looking at every activity and action that needs to be taken on the payment system or payment of transactions. There's going to be a risk assessment of all those activities before there is authorization onto the system to actually run those transactions. So we have implemented some of these controls. We are continuously monitoring those controls to ensure that we curb or try to mitigate and reduce the likelihood of all these other external security threats that we're experiencing on the system. So those are some of the things. So I'm differentiating that total overhaul and control efficiencies within the system, as well as what I call the welfare applications or welfare systems, such as leave applications, automation of the e-leave systems, those and improvement in efficiencies of the downtime, as well as emails. Those are what we call the welfare, but we're looking at concentrating on the core business and systems and applications that deal with the core. And that's basically what we're doing. And that is where now the CETA is doing an assessment of all our systems with an intention of going towards an integrated system that will support the core. And that also links to the next indicator at the bottom in terms of a property system off the shelf, but customized to ensure that it also assists us in the management of our property space. So consultations are underway with various stakeholders. In this case, is internal in the department, particularly the real estate management services, UDM, in terms of the client needs, to ensure that all these user needs are taken into the system. Program 2, intergovernmental relations or coordination, where 2 weeks back, Chair, We had a MINMEC, Minister and MECs, where we presented quite a number of common areas within the public works sector, or public works family, if you will. And then we also presented the priorities in terms of sharing the priorities of the minister within this regard, the 7th administration priorities, and also to be shared amongst all the various stakeholders within the public works family. Over and above just provincial and national, we also had the participation of the local municipalities in the through SALCA, because of the interest in terms of infrastructure right across Africa, right across South Africa, and also how to tap in and assist municipalities, as well as dealing with the issues of municipal infrastructure grant. That basically is the common areas that we are also dealing with towards that vision of turning South Africa into a construction site across all sectors of government. So the 5-year sector plan will be developed in that context to deal with the impact that the sector has with regards to those priorities aligned to the statement of intent. And then they'll be also continuously be monitored on a quarterly basis through technical MINMEC. Technical MINMEC is a governance structure under MINMEC, which consists of the accounting officer of public works as the chairperson, and the heads of departments from the various provinces, as well as some of the representatives from client departments in that space of infrastructure. We're also managing disputes, Chair. There are quite a number of disputes from financial, legal, with our client departments, as well as service providers, as well as some of the disputes that emanate from the investigations. So we manage quite a number of those disputes, and we've got also what we call the joint task teams that are actually dealing with those disputes as well. So we are basically, we've managed for about 4 disputes that have been resolved, which is 40% against the target of 10 disputes that we have identified that are of major concern to be resolved, and also provide corrective measures on how to ensure that we do not have a recurrence of those disputes. In terms of the professional services, we still manage a portfolio of beneficiaries that are participating within the skills pipeline of the department. And you'll see that the breakdown of that, although it's not a Q1 target or a Q2 target, but we are presenting the progress in relation to that. So 1,150 beneficiaries supported, and they're broken down in terms of those participating in the school program, bursary holders, candidacy, artisans, as well as those that participated in the Willie Sizwe bridges. So that's basically is the context of that portfolio of 1,200 beneficiaries that we're dealing with. But also working with our entities, CBE, Council for Built Environment, in terms of professionalizing the built environment. We have developed a report that basically will then detail the inputs that we're collecting from the universities, that we're also engaging in terms of developing some form of a curriculum of how we can then professionalize the skills. So we've had sessions with Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Northwest, as well as now drafting this as a strategy to then take it forward on how we professionalize the skills, the built environment in future. EPWP, Chair and honorable members, you will recall that in the past we had one indicator that also gave us a challenge at a reporting stage, as well as alignment to the medium-term strategic framework. We had, and that is owing to the fact that we had challenges from an audit point of view, as well as the inability to actually oversee the work opportunities that are created, particularly by public bodies taking responsibility of that. You'll see that now we've got a breakdown of work opportunities specifically for public works, and overall they will be reported in that EPWP report, which is basically one of the reports that we then. So over and above that, we also look at the business case and the business plan that will be of reconceptualizing the EPWP, focusing largely on how do we use EPWP as a sustainable tool for job creation, as well as ensuring that Chair, is it still showing? It's just disappeared on my side.
No, it's showing. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so as to look at the exit strategies and EPWP as a sustainable tool for job creation. Now, in terms of work opportunities, we were sitting at 541 in quarter one against a target of 50,000. Quarter one, we were underachieved in quarter, which was basically 12%. In quarter two, we're sitting at 5,580 against 25,100, which basically is actually a low percentage as well. And one of the reasons is the non-state sector NPOs started implementing very late in terms of from the allocation to the implementation of those, and also they're experiencing the challenges from an SEM perspective in terms of finalizing their project plans. We've developed a catch-up plan through the EPWP to provide technical support to the NSS NPOs as a catch-up plan to ensure that by the end of the financial year would have actually reached the target or even overachieved the target. With regards to support in the government buildings through the cleaning program. We've identified 400 government buildings where now the cleaning program will also look at targeting work opportunities that will be created. So far, 150 government buildings have been cleaned through the EPWP, 444 against 150 target for quarter two, which basically shows that we are continuously rolling out. And if you look at that as part of your FM facilities management rollout implementation as a contribution of their work opportunities through the cleaning services. Work opportunities that are created by public bodies and supported by the department in terms of the ministerial priorities. We are sitting at 5,745 work opportunities against the target of 1,254. We also have our one plan, a plan of one township, which is basically part of a recycling. Unfortunately, in this case, we are still having consultations with the department to ensure that we then develop that concept as well as draft a plan on how we then look at development of this one township, one recycle center plan. In terms of the youth participating in the solar maintenance and installation in the parliamentary villages as part of addressing the security, energy security issues, we are also facing delays there. With the town planners as well as the City of Cape Town in finding a solution on how we can then identify from the solar panels installation, the training materials, as well as ensuring that then they participate in the frame, and then we're able to then record these youth that have been trained to install and maintain the solar panels in the parliamentary villages. That will then also deal with the issues of heavy reliance on the grid. Program 4 split into two, starting off with the policy one. In terms of expropriation bill, Chair, we are bringing it here, although it's within the parliamentary processes. The reason is also so that it's not lost in our processes of reporting. We'll continue to monitor it as we continue to participate in the parliamentary processes of the expropriation bill. It's part of the medium term. As we close off the sixth administration, we'll be looking at what has happened over the 5-year period with regards to expropriation bill. Public Works Bill, we are now at the stage of finalizing the SEAS, which the SEAS report would have been presented to presidency for concurrence, and then that will also allow us a process of to continue further consultation on the Public Works Bill. The SEAS basically focuses largely on looking at other pieces of legislation to see that the Public Works Bill does not there's no conflict with other pieces of legislation, and whether the Public Works Bill SEAS also assist whether a bill or an act is required, or regulations are required, or a policy is required. So it is at that stage that we are looking at the results of the SEAS, will then advise on the process going forward. We're also dealing with the CIDB. Minister did touch on it as well. The CIDB amendment bill. This is also continuously done, not a quota target, although we are providing that. We are continuing with the provincial consultation, as well as some councils, and also with the universities and the public at large for their input with regard to the bill, the amendment bill. We're looking at completing the process at the end of the financial year so that we can then process this and then bring it before the Parliament. And that the next one, revised bill introduced, that's basically I've touched on it, the Public Works Bill, as well as the SAYAS report that would have been engaged on. And also we're looking at the full program of policies that are within the scope of the department, and then also looking at the transition from the 6th to the 7th administration, and then how we also bring that program to Parliament, because it will also have an impact on the parliamentary program of all the bills and policies that we are bringing to the fore in relation to the operations and the mandate of Public Works. So that is also still being engaged. We also been meeting the minister also on the contributions and how we shape this going forward in the next coming weeks. In terms of Infrastructure Development Act amendment submitted to Cabinet, we have done quite a number of things there. We've consolidated the concept, and the bill has been revised in line with the comments that we've received from the various stakeholders. The next step is also to look at concurrence from the Minister of Finance in terms of the budget allocation, in terms of the scheduling of the entity as per the business case, and also looking at the Minister of Public Service and Administration in terms of the organogram and the capacity that will be required in relation to the scheduling of the entity, Infrastructure South Africa as an entity. So that is actually happened, and consultations have taken place also. We've consolidated that into one report. In relation to the SIPs, strategic integrated projects, we continue to produce one report. Minister did allude to the fact that there are 8 streams that they've been agreed on in terms of the Infrastructure South Africa, and also as the Secretariat of the PICC with various stakeholders. Most of these SIPs are spread across, and they are on this ownership at various levels of government departments. And this SIP report integrates those SIPs that have been gazetted and the additional SIPs that will be implemented, the gazetted ones that were gazetted in 2020, and also other SIPs that are coming through. So the report is a consolidation of progress of all these projects at SIP level. Chair, going forward, the rest is basically not quota targets, SIPs completed, 12 SIPs in the construction. They're also part of the report, but they are in terms of internally not quota target, but there's progress underway from consultation, project preparation, and also site visits, and looking at these discussions on the funding model with the National Treasury to ensure that then these are ready and there's preparation. These projects are ready to be rolled out. So basically, these are all the projects that are underway. Consultation with the environmental department in terms of environmental tariffs, and in terms of your contribution to climate change. We're also dealing with the issues of water licensing. Those are some of the projects that are also dealing with developers, landowners, etc., servitudes, and dealing with areas that will then also assist in terms of infrastructure rollout as a country. Prestige, we continue to participate to support the state events. We supported 3 planned events: the saunas, as well as the budget vote, and then we also have unplanned visits. In this case, there will be unplanned state visits, presidential visits, and we continue to support by providing, excuse me, movable structures to that. And also the second one, which is more of an efficiency indicator in terms of movable assets that are provided within 60 working days to prestige client, we seek to provide 100% as per the needs of the client and provide that within 60 working days, working with various stakeholders, whether it's provision of furniture, provision of other movable assets to prestige clients. We went to, and then also we have also delivered other movable assets and on the basis of condition assessment. So, for instance, we're looking at sofas, heaters, crockery, and other items that will also be required from the prestige portfolio to support the prestige clients. We're also looking at 10 key projects or 10 key solutions on how best we can provide such movable assets to the clients at a reasonable price, with speed and of quality. And 10 key, we're looking at service providers that will then assist us from project managing and delivery of this. There we've gone into the adverts, and some of which will require some funding, which we are also trying to request internally, looking for some funds internally in the department, as well as confirmation of those funds to ensure that then we can then appoint these 10 key solutions to speed up the processes of providing that. And that will be supported by a concept document. Also, that also looks at backup power solutions to selected prestige portfolios. For instance, this we are looking at parliamentary villages, residents in Cape Town, and those 10 key solutions will also assist to also provide backup power solutions to those. So we are also looking at the costs on the houses to ensure that we also reduce this, linking that with the installation and the training of those youth. The training of youth, the DPWI program in relation to the maintenance and installation of solar panels. So there's a correct correlation in terms of while the engagements are going ahead, we're also looking at the budget implications, as well as a model that will assist in dealing with the backup solutions. On PMTE, basically 48% we're sitting in terms of expenditure. Again, 25% interval. If you look at 50%, we're just under by 2 percentage points. So we are basically looking at that, and I think CFO will touch on that in the detailed presentation of financials, from compensation to some of the areas that are affected with regards to construction project management. On real estate investment services, this is a mandatory document called custodian asset management, which basically also is embedded in the GIAMA as part of the responsibility of the custodian to consolidate the inputs of all the client departments, which will be coming from the user asset management, to then project what will be the needs of the client, future needs. That will then also help us to look at it from an investment point of view, as well as identifying the mode of procurement or the mode of delivery, whether we go the leasing route, we go the construction route, or we look at existing buildings. So this also informs the planning of government, accommodating government or department needs. So that is actually submitted every second quarter of financial year. And there are various chapters that each individual department will also will be contributing. From the mother department to all its entities, they also support to provide information on what will be their requirements and the needs in terms of accommodation. Number of properties for letting out is part of a strategic development. We had identified 400 for the year, 50 projects for strategic development. Though not a quarter target, but we're sitting at 118 that have been identified, confirmed from letting from a government property side, but we're also looking at operational plan operations at an operational level in terms of the 50 properties that have been identified for compilation and signed off in the department for the 50 that have been identified. So those processes are still underway on identification process and the stratification of that information into the strategic plan for properties for letting out. And then the development of standard design and guidelines, we're focusing on the Department of Correctional Services, SAPS, and Department of Home Affairs and Department of Justice. With quarter one, we drafted the documents in terms of the guidelines that will assist on how to manage properties as well. But we are still challenged with the designs that we in quarter two, we have not developed the designs and the guidelines for functional accommodation for DCS and DOJ, Department of Justice, as well as Correctional Services. Right. So this is where now there's also the inputs that will be required from the client departments. I think the prolonged process of engagements between the client departments and ourselves to consolidate that is also another issue that then also prolongs the process. Precinct plans, we had 8 plans, precinct plans that were developed. When we presented the APP to the committee, there was a breakdown of those plans from the Gunya plans, the Limpopo, Eastern Cape, up to KZN. Those plans, we've developed the precinct. The idea is to bring services towards the citizens. Examples basically is how do you then bring about Home Affairs closer to the High Court as well as, or Magistrate Court as well as SAPS. So that is the idea of a precinct development to enable social inclusion as well as contributing to socio-economic imperatives. Construction project management, we have 5 indicators from the design to project agreed within time and budget, which is the efficiency indicators up to the site handovers, as well as the quantum of targets that are actually up to quantum of projects that are completed. We're sitting at 15 targets against 26, which basically represent 57% at designs, 6 in terms of the projects that are completed within agreed construction period against 32. Significant delays that are experienced there. One is also having to recall some of the projects to be handed over to facilities management, the scoping issues, specifications, challenges. There are also contractors that are experiencing cash flows, financial in terms of injecting capital back into the business to continue that. But we're also looking at crisis. I think we've also looked at that the decrease in the budget owing to fiscal constraint, particularly from the client side. We're also experiencing that the delays also affect or rather the budget cuts from a client point of view also affect the projections that we've already made. So now what we find in this case is that we find that what we're the inconsistency or the disjuncture between planning for projects and the budgeting for projects. What we would have been planned from the client side or from our side, it was not equated to the budget that is available for those projects. So sometimes it then gets delayed in that regard. Completed within budget, we're also still experiencing those kind of things. We find that the changes in scope also affect the budget, which would basically, so you have a change in scope that affects the budget and the budget that is not using also forthcoming on time. So those are some of the challenges that are affecting. We've experienced that in Pretoria, Nelspruit, Durban, and Cape Town in terms of the regional offices, in terms of managing some of these projects. Number of construction projects, site handovers, 17 in quarter 2 against 45 and 8 achieved in quarter 1, which represents a 17% again, because it's still within the construction, over and above some of the challenges that we're facing in terms of construction mafia. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing. Delays in terms of sketch plans that are also provided also takes time in terms of the compliance of those sketch plans to SANS codes or SANS 10400. we experienced some of these issues as well. And I think within the construction, last week there was a construction summit. We sought also to look at all the relevant stakeholders and role players on how to also move towards a common goal and ensuring that we improve, we deal with the issues of construction in a particular manner. And these are some of the initiatives as part of your social facilitation, as part of engagement, stakeholder engagement, as part of also sharing ideas and ensuring that there is involvement of other role players such as law enforcement, as a partnership and coordination among government entities and government departments to deal with the issues of construction mafia, because the financial loss within that is quite extensive, is quite substantial. I think those are some of the things that are being discussed and engagements that are happening as well. How also are we trying to improve the performance in the organization? We've also looked at the setting up of PMUs, project management units, which will also assist in support of improving the packaging and project management of those and oversee the delivery of those projects in the organization. Although we had sought to go into the market to fully establish these project management PMUs as well as 10 key projects, but we still have delays that we experience in the signing of and completion of surface level agreements. That will also assist in confirming the funds that will be available. So I think we are also hamstrung by the cost containment measures as well. In as much as we would like to have this in place, we also need to be mindful of how much budget is available and how much can we also setting up these PMUs. So those are some of the issues that we're also experiencing to oversee this. We're also looking at panel of contractors, so that the panel of contractors, I think, Chair and honorable members, we have quite a significant, we have a challenge where you find that some contractors will abandon site. And if you abandon a site, it takes longer to actually appoint another contractor to continue with the work. So the intention of establishment of panels is so that if for some reason, again, looking at back to the previous slides of cash flows, etc., that are challenges that I experience, even extortion, some of them, they experience that mafias, that to the point that they end up exiting the or abandoned site. The intention of this panel of contractors is so that when they exit or abandon a site, we immediately get another contractor to continue the work without having to experience that gap of supply chain, etc., that will also even affect so that is the intention, and these are some of the initiatives that we're bringing on board to deal with this issue. But also, what is also of a challenge is that when you're looking from a grading point of view and the significance of the projects, we also need to look at from an evaluation of those panels in relation to the CIDB grading to ensure that we don't have just a pool of contractors who are not qualified to continue with those projects. So we're also looking at that evaluation to ensure that if it's exited a particular grade, you already have a contractor who is more experienced, who's on standby to deal with those issues. So these are some of the things that are underway in the organization to deal with those issues in that regard. And lastly, on the project management office, we also have Welisizwe Bridges. Again, we take it back to the SIPs. Welisizwe is also part of the SIPs. That is the consolidation of those SIPs. This is now a breakdown in terms of one of the SIP, in this case, Welisizwe. We have 7 constructed bridges in Q1 and 14 bridges were constructed across 6 provinces. We are looking at a target of 96 over the financial year. But also experiencing the delays in finalization of completion certificate. What we're basically looking at here is that once it has been completed, we're looking at this completion certificate, which then should resonate and balance with the bridges that have been constructed. So we are still moving slowly, but I think with support as well as budget and the collaboration with other government departments and municipalities, we should be able to look at all. And I think also the Deputy Minister has also been on the ground in support of these Welisizwe bridges. We also, Chairperson and honorable members, we talked about, I think, since the last visit you had at the telecom towers and also the problems that we are facing in terms of the client departments complaining about public works and providing accommodation, as well as so what are some of the initiatives that we're taking, saying, given the financial constraints that we have in the organization, let's go into the market and look at other models on how look at and test the market and look at the appetite to take over some of these projects, some of these buildings, refurbish them, operate over a period of time, and then transfer back to the department. So these are some of the initiatives of build, operate, and transfer, repair, operate, and transfer. And we've gone into the market on the BOT, two, so we've achieved two against, we had gone into the market where two projects have been approved as a BOT. Our clients, basically Home Affairs, SAPS, Rural Development, National Treasury, as well as some of the clients that will also our major clients in relation to that. ROT, we are engaging again. And we've gone out as well in the market for two, and one of them being the telecom towers as a way of looking at how do we then utilize that and cut down the financial loss on the telecom towers as well, to make sure that we then use that and then we derive value out of that project. And then from a small harbor perspective, we are dealing with the special economic development frameworks in Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KZN. And this is also part of a SIP, the harbor as well. The SIPs, this is detailed managed by Project Management Office. We've done preliminary reports on the first tier sites of the SIPs, where we have actually identified areas in terms of creating the ecosystem and the harbors, from fishing harbors, from fishing, the maintenance of those ships, etc., within the harbor. So it's how about how you create an ecosystem to also empower the locals from fishing to maintenance, as well as leasing some of the properties around that. So those are some of the issues that we are dealing with within Project Management Office. Real Estate Management Services, which is your leasing portfolio. We're dealing with the leasing within the private sector. This also talks to the initiatives that we're talking about, the ROT, in terms of within the private sector, how do you then convert that telecom tower environment, CGO, into a boulevard. These are initiatives that we are also looking into, going into the market and improve on the property management and bring our assets into a habitable condition, or in a condition that will be suitable for client departments. But part of the leasing is also how do we generate, how do we realize savings? Savings basically in terms of renegotiating those leases. We ensure that we operate at a market rate or in relation to the facility itself. So we're sitting at 205 million. We've already achieved in Q2 against the 200 million that we were set for the financial year, and savings of over 170 million has been achieved over the mid-year. In terms of, we're also looking at the revenue that can be generated through letting out of these, including billboards and advertising and stuff, using our assets for revenue generation purposes. Well, moving from a baseline of 20% in the previous financial years and breaking that down in terms of 5% in Q2, we are sitting at 12.6%, which basically is 110 million that we're looking at, or that we've actually generated over the period. We are also responding to some of the challenges that we're experiencing, where there's illegal occupation. How do we improve? How do we recover those? How do we rectify that? Leases that were not properly from a rental and square meterage aspect of it. How do we rectify those irregular leases? And also, so this is part of the OBB, Operation Bring Back program, to look at how do we then improve on the state properties. So the OBB has three streams: to regularize, to rectify in terms of the square meterage and rentals, as well as to recover, particularly those illegal things. And I think one of the in Cape Town, where you talk about eviction in the Cape of Good Hope, you will see that there was a process that was undertaken to evict some of the occupants, illegal occupation, and the mushrooming of certain settlements around that. So those are an ongoing process as legal issues that will be also taken into consideration, but it's also an important exercise because it has effect in terms of the rand value as well of the properties. So we're looking into that as well. Also taking some of the vacant properties and let them out for GPV purposes. We've done 12 to Department of Social Development against 40 that we had earmarked and identified, but we're still dealing with the rules and regulations on how best we can also improve this, particularly given the fact that the guidelines are across all our regional offices. So there still is a gap in terms of fully understanding and implementing some of those, but the technical expertise and exercise is underway to train our implementers at a regional level in understanding the different categories within the regions on how we also deal with it. Because one, it could be an office, and the other one, it could be a house, other one could be a piece of land. But then the rules are now structured in such a way that you are able to say if it's a land, if it's a house, if it's how then do you deal with them in dealing in addressing this and make them available for GPV purposes. And then within the space of property, we also look at the transformation agenda, particularly through the empowerment policy, where we also focus on categories, companies that are category A, B, and D. Within that, so your emerging contractors, your emerging landlords, how they are supported. We are sitting at 204, which is basically 50% against our target of 15% in respect to these emerging contractors. We also have the bigger ones, level BE and 4 above, which we're basically sitting at 25%. Chair and honorable members, I alluded to the point earlier on about what is the contribution of the department to BBBE costs. So this is part of it. This is one other component on that will be also contribute to that section 13G1 of the BBBE Act in terms of how specialized entities such as government are also contributing to that. So that is an exercise that we're also dealing with. And I think once concluded, we may also share what is the full scale and contribution of the department to the committee. We can also share that. We also release land parcels for socio-economic objectives, Chair. We have a target of 3,239 hectares. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with the issues of the toing and froing for approvals between ourselves and the National Treasury for concurrency in terms of those issues. And I think there are some interventions that will be required to speed up these processes. And I think the joint task teams, as well as the head of PMTE, is also assisting in ensuring and engaging those to ensure that we also provide the necessary those land parcels for those socio-economic activities. Our registry, which is basically your asset register, real estate information registry, 3 indicators. One, we're focusing on immovable asset register assessed for compliance. There are quite a number of accessions, grab accessions, in terms of a credible asset register. We are also assisting provinces. We do one for the national. We also assist provinces to look at the compliance. So we're sitting at 3 when we achieved 3 for the quarter. Physical verification of those assets to validate existence and also assess the condition. With a target of 5,479 for quarter 2, we're sitting at 4,729. And then we are also dealing with the issues of the challenges that we're also experiencing there is that there are also issues around the capacity, especially in this context of real estate. We also have challenges because we're looking at tools of trade, the wheels, the measuring wheels. We're looking at the tablets that will be required to collect data on the ground, and also to transmit that information into the system, and also some of the regions are struggling in terms of the capacity that is required, and also the vastness, or the vastness, especially if you look at Northern Cape, of where the assets are located. So those are some of the challenges that we're experiencing, and we've also had an exodus of contractors that were part of the real estate. So there is a revision of the organogram of the real estate information services, where it's also being discussed in relation to the budgeting, as well as the alignment to the overall structure of the organization to support this. And parallel to that, you also have, out of that 238 positions, there are some that are also have been considered waiting for concurrence from DPSA. So it's while flying, you're also fixing the plane in the air. So these are some of the issues. The last one, Chair and honorable members, facilities management. We're still dealing with the condition assessment. We're sitting at 27 or in Q2 against 100. And I think we're also challenged in terms of finalizing and getting the authorization and approvals on some of these condition assessment that have been identified for same as critical components. We're looking at boilers, lifts, heating, ventilation, and air cons, generator sets, and water systems. We're sitting at 40 in Q2 against 220, which is basically a challenge when you compare that to Q1. We were sitting at 110% target. So which means that basically there's a slow uptake on quarter, which means that there's a minimum positive contribution in Q2 than in what you would have looked at, would have seen in Q1. So these are some of the challenges we're facing in terms of that. And I think one of the issues, again, cost containment, when you're looking at gensets and heating and lifts as well, we're also looking at how do you spread your resources across. That means that basically officials will have to travel vast areas in different geographical locations. So there are also issues of cost containment that we also need to consider, whether to allow 10 people to go one side, or to allow 10 people spread across, and then is one person enough on one side, or you need 2 and 3. Those are the decisions to look at that. I think that's part of a model as well, to look at that. That also speaks to the other area that we talked about earlier, that I'm going to talk about earlier on, about resuscitating of workshops and looking at a model that will deal with it. Part of this process to deal with this, Chair and honorable members, is to look at our term contracts as well as preventative maintenance, to look at particularly the correctional services and DOD. Is to look at how do we then also put in these maintenance contracts to support to reduce reactive. We are more reactive than proactive when it comes to these processes. So we also need to deal with these issues. But also, again, comes back to the budget is allocated to the clients, and the clients must then provide to the department. So this budgeting model or funding model or transfer of funds is also a challenge, especially when we experience delays from the client departments in providing funding. Then the last one, Chair, is the issue of resuscitation of workshops. One of the things that is coming through is that some of the work as part of looking at a model on how we then also bring maintenance in-house and reduce reliance on outsourcing or reliance on service providers is also to build a capacity within. I'm going to link that with the professional services, your artisans, and so we are also bringing a combination of professional services, the artisans, as well as professionalizing the built environment, so that we can also have a hybrid model where partially you can have some of them in-house, but some of the a specialized environment we can then outsource. So that is basically some of the considerations that we are doing. We're discussing in the organization or department to try and improve on maintenance. But one of the critical issues that we are also mindful of is that these are old buildings and they will require specialized expertise as well as significant large amounts of monies to deal with this. And when operating in a very constrained environment, apart from the fact that we still have challenges in terms of transfers, but it's also a consideration of that we are managing significantly old buildings, of which they will require a significant amount of monies and expertise. Chair, that is the non-financial part of it, and the next, I think the CFO will then take us through the financial aspect. Thank you, Chair and honourable members.
CFO, you are left with only 30 minutes. By past. It will be 2 hours full of your presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you and honourable members, minister, and colleagues. Chair, given the time that you've given me, I'll try to summarize. So if you can go to slide number 37. I think the minister has already given an overview of Q1 for the main vote. So I'll just highlight them on slide number 37 because you can go to slide 37. Oh, so it's 37 on my side. Can you move to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Chairperson, this is a budget that was adjusted through the approval of National Treasury. The main issue that one need to highlight, when Treasury reduced the budget for EPWP, then it's affected also the management fee, which at the time was not adjusted by Treasury through reduction. We had then to reduce 25 million. That was linked to the transfers, which was reduced for management fee, which then we had to compensate for the funding pressures where we had issues around compensation of employees, where we've taken money there to household for exit officials, where we had to pay packages of 1 million. Then that money also was utilized for work rates, where the minister already touched you to the exchange rate. So that money was utilized for that, which is 2.6 million, as indicated in the slide under foreign government and international organization. And over and above that, there was 4.6 million that was utilized to address the shortfall on finance leases. So that's how then that 25 million was utilized, which then in terms of the overall baseline of the department did not change. It was just a environment between the programs. And once if you can then move to slide number. If you can move to slide number 9. Thank you. Okay, thanks. And then on slide number 39, that's for second quarter, which is quarter 2, as at end of September 2024. The budget, the revised budget, it's or adjusted budget is 7.6 billion. Then the spending was 4.3 billion. If then one look at per program, administration, the spending was 48%. Intergovernmental, which is program 2, we spent 44%. EPWP 46%. I must indicate, Chair, that on EPWP, there were instances where we did not transfer money to certain municipalities because they did not comply with DORA. However, there are interventions. I hope you all know that certain municipalities are not performing because of different levels of functionality of municipalities. Some they are functioning well, some they are not functioning well. So as a result, then it affects our tranche payments to certain municipalities where they are meeting the requirement in terms of the grant. Then on program 4, against a budget of 4.7 billion, we spent 2.9 billion, which is 62%. Then prestige, against the budget of 76 million, 44 million was spent. I must highlight, Chair, in this area that it's under pressure because of presidential elaboration where Treasury did not fund, despite the fact that during the planning session, we promised that Treasury will fund 50% of the spending for allocation. However, we are reprioritizing our baseline to cover those costs, and we also communicate. We have communicated with Treasury in terms of the budget pressure in program 5. Then, Chair, I won't go into details with slide number 41 to the time constraint that you've given me. It's just a economic classification which talks to the summary that I have provided. Then, we can then move to slide number 45. Yes, on slide number 45, these are detailed report for transfers and subsidies for the second quarter, where then we show the full details of the transfers that we are making to all our entities. The main significant one that maybe I must highlight is the trading entity, which is our property management trading entity, PMTE, where there is a budget of 4.2 billion. We transferred 2.7 billion. I must indicate, Chair, on this one, PMTE is managing a portfolio of more than 80,000 properties and more than 80,000 land parcels. This is the only money that is coming directly from the National Treasury, which I will explain later under PMTE. Then the other significant one, maybe to highlight, Chair, is the one on DPWI 9 state sector, where we have a budget of 689 million and the spending is 344 million, which is 50%. So in total, Chair, we have 6.3 billion in budget, and we spent 3.8 billion, which is 59% spending, which are still on track in terms of the spending. Then moving to slide number 47, which is the PMTE check. I'll also focus on the second quarter. If you can, move to slide number, for the second quarter, slide number 50. Thank you. Chair, on slide number 50, I'll spend a little bit of time here. Please bear with me, Chair. This is a budget versus cash flow statement, particularly on revenue. We have accommodation charges, which is state-owned. That's where state facilities are utilized by clients' departments. About 52,000 facilities are utilized by government departments, and they are then paying us 4.7 billion. I must indicate, Chair, when we started the year, we were projecting 5.7 billion, but Defense just decided to cut the budget, which was 1.3 billion, and it came down to 708 million without any consultation, which was then approved by Treasury. There are engagement with National Treasury where the DG has written to the Director General of Treasury, and the Minister also is facilitating a meeting with the Minister of Finance to deal with the funding gap, where we are expected to maintain properties at a particular level with the expectation of the clients. However, they are paying very little. In some instances, clients are paying 14 Rand per square meter, which it's even difficult even to pay rate and taxes. So these are the issues that we are dealing with. But if you were to compare with private leases of 5.9 billion, which is about 2,000 leases, the same clients are willing to pay 5.9 billion, which is it's a problem. It's like the state facilities must continue to be in worse conditions so that we go for private leases. It's something that government need really to look at. Hence, the minister is intervening in that area through National Treasury. But what I must also highlight, Chair, on this slide, Defense also decided to reduce the budget by 627 billion despite lease agreements where Defense is occupying. They've just cut the budget. So these are the issues that, Chair, we are facing as PMTE. However, as I indicated, the minister also is intervening, writing letters to relevant ministers where intervention is required. So in total, Chair, there is a reduction of 2 billion compared to the projected budget that we recover from clients. I must say, Chair, PMTE, about 11 billion, we are relying on clients, whether they want to pay us or not, despite contractual obligations that we have. It's 11.4 billion. And against that amount that we were expecting from clients for the current year, 5.2 billion was received, which is 45%. We ought to be around 50%. So it's not extremely bad, but from cash flow projection, it's bad. I'll go into details under debtors. Then the amount that we are getting from the main book, which is funded by Treasury, that amount was received as claimed, which is 2.7 billion, representing 65%. So the overall performance on revenue is sitting at 51%. Chair. If you can move to slide 52. Thank you. I will also highlight key areas here, Chair, because of time. So, Chair, the leases, as I indicated, we are spending a lot of money on leases. The revised budget is 5.4 billion. Chair, you will ask why it's different from the previous slide. This one includes the leases where the PMT is occupying facilities. So hence there is that slight difference because we are not claiming that one from any department because those private leases are utilized by PMTE. Then on maintenance, Chair, that's where we have a challenge. Chair, if you look at maintenance, it's mainly day-to-day maintenance, which is scheduled and unscheduled maintenance. There is a reduction of budget of about 405 million. This is also linked to what I've indicated, where Defense cut the budget. And in that letter of allocation, which Treasury approved, they were then saying they would begin to do their own maintenance on emergency, which is a concern. However, the DG has written to the Director General of Treasury to address that. So in terms of then the spending on day-to-day maintenance, it's sitting at 62%, whereas we were supposed to be at 50%. We are projecting overspending in this line item. However, the overall budget of the PMTE is not, we are not projecting overspending. So we may still need to relook at that. However, the concern that we are having, we continue to see these clients, even though they continue to reduce the budget because they expect us to perform certain tasks, but there are internal discussion in the department, and we want to also have relationship with clients where certain things can be resolved. Then, what is also concerning in terms of the financial report, on repair, where are the projects, Chair, we are not doing well in terms of the spending. We are sitting at 32%. I think Lwazi has already highlighted the challenges around infrastructure, and the minister also indicated interventions that have been put in place. But from the finance point of view, those interventions are not yet yielding results, but we hope as the year comes to an end, begin to see improvement as a result of those interventions. So property rates, Chair, we spent 47%. Then the other area of concern, Chair, it's under refurbishment, which also is a project where we have spent 28%. The concern on project, it's across where CPM is implementing projects, but there are interventions, Chair. The only area where we are performing well under projects is DPWI capital, where we are using our own money to fund capital projects where we are spending 48%. It's almost 50%, which really it's looking good. However, for client capital, we are not doing well. We have spent 33%, which is a concern, Chair. Similar reasons, Chair, linked to other programs that I've already indicated. Under CPM, they are also applicable for client capital. But in some instances, clients do not confirm the budget, or sometimes they reduce the project, the funding during the construction of the project when we have commitments. So those are also the contributing factors. But in some instances, we are the ones who are not performing, where clients then reduce the budget. So it's a number of reasons why we are not doing well on infrastructure. But you can then move to slide number 57. On slide 57, this is data's age analysis as at end of September. Chair, I must indicate these are gross figures before impairment. Minister has already indicated that there are serious interventions that are being put in place. One of them is Auditor General, and we have engaged AG, and there is work that will commence very soon, as the Minister has indicated. Not only that intervention that the Minister has put to improving this area, the Minister has also written to the President of the country for his intervention, and there are letters that have been written to ministers and requesting meetings with some of the ministers. So there are a number of interventions that the Minister is putting in this area, Chair, and we hope very soon we'll begin to see improvements. However, Chair, I must indicate that there are instances where clients are disputing certain amounts, which we are also dealing with together with clients. But in some instances, Chair, the clients are raising disputes that are not supported because when we meet them, they do indicate that it's because of the budget cut. So what we experience, Chair, as Treasury cut the budget, clients will not cut in their own core mandate. They will just come under infrastructure and cut in that area. I think it's a concern that we are having. Hence, then there will be engagement with National Treasury to resolve this. So in total, Chair, clients are owing us 13.6 billion. Then the main concern is previous years, where clients are owing 10.5 billion, which is 77% of the total outstanding balance. Whereas for the current year is 23% at 3.2 billion. And move over. Next slide. So, Chair, I've already indicated the intervention that the Minister has put in place, and there are a lot of other considerations that are being explored by the Minister, but he wanted to engage his colleagues first at ministerial level before considering activating other interventions, such as stopping services in certain areas where clients are not paying. But the other key one also, Chair, you made a resolution in the last meeting where we met, where you then indicated that you then summon National Treasury and the department to deal with a funding gap, as I've already explained. And would really appreciate such an intervention, Chair, because it would go a long way. It will be really helping to use all other platforms that can assist in this area. While the Minister is also intervening, the Director General also is intervening, where a letter was issued to the DG of Treasury on the 9th of October 2024, when an urgent meeting was requested. There are follow-ups that are being made to make sure that that meeting happened. Then there was also a meeting with the National Commissioner of Police, and it was a good meeting. While SAPS was complaining, there was a commitment from the National Commissioner to pay. And indeed, they have paid some of the amounts, not all of them, because they still complain about service delivery. In some instances, clients are not paying because of service delivery, which the DG is addressing, as the Minister has indicated, the interventions that are being put in place. And there are also plans to meet the National Commission of Correctional Services by the DG. Meetings are being arranged. We hope also there would be a similar improvement as what SAPS has done. Also, the head of PMTE met the National Commissioner of DCS. However, no positive result at this stage, but we hope things will improve. And Chair, there was a meeting that actually all the accounting officers for the security cluster attended. Unfortunately, Treasury collapsed the meeting because the accounting officers attended the meeting because they wanted to solve the problem. But then Treasury felt under pressure because they indicated that the accounting officers were not invited. So that meeting then collapsed because it was intended to deal with funding gaps, because Correctional Services was complaining to say, well, they experienced a budget cut, and the Secretary of Defense was also present in the meeting, and our DG, and that meeting really collapsed. Hence, the DG had to write a letter to the DG of National Treasury. Chairperson, we therefore recommend that the Portfolio Committee note the DPWI Q1 and Q2 non-financial and financial performance for the year ending 24-25 financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister and the team. Honorable members, there's a presentation, both financials and non-financials. Can I get an indication by show of hands? Members who want to interact with the presentation. Honorable members, I only see the hand of Honorable Reddy, or must I do the normal process of just noting all members? The first one will be Honorable Reddy, Honorable Gama. Members, can I see your hands? Before you proceed, you start, Reddy. Let me give members an opportunity to raise their hand, but if not, I'm not going to come back and have members who want to speak after others. Let me do this way. Rati will be the first one, Gama the second one. The third one will be Bath. Are you noting down? Members, I hope you are noting down. The fourth one will be Lelange. The fifth one will be Kobe. Marais, you'll follow being the sixth member. The number 7, Mankosi. Numalo, you'll be number 10. I'm trying to check on my screen who is in. Makasi, you'll be the 11th one. Who am I leaving behind? The last one will be Mahlangu. In that
Chair, my
order,
hand was up.
is it Mankosi?
Yes.
Mankosi, you are the number 9. After Marie. In that order, members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the Minister, if he's still around, Deputy Ministers, DG, the department, and my colleagues from Public Works. Let me begin by thanking those that presented, thanking you for a very comprehensive report. And I also want to commend the newly appointed DG of the department. He comes to this role with an impressive track record, and his leadership certainly offers hope for addressing the systemic inefficiencies that have long plagued this department. However, the challenges before us, Honorable Chairperson, remain very significant, and the urgency to address them cannot be overstated. As we evaluate the department's performance, we must highlight the deeply concerning issue of inefficient management of the state's property portfolio. And this was highlighted by Professor Samboda, and I feel that if we do not cross-reference this presentation with that of Professor Samboda's, we will be failing in our duties, both as public representatives at large and as MPs representing our political parties. This department, Chair, oversees one of the largest property portfolios in the country. Yet it continues to pay billions of rands annually to rent office spaces from privately owned buildings, perpetuating financial burdens that could be avoided. Let's look at underutilized state-owned properties. Our minister, in one of the debates in Parliament, denied that there existed such a thing. But in this report, we find that only 5,589 hectares of land have been released for socio-economic objectives this year, with 0 hectares released in Q2. Meanwhile, thousands of state-owned properties remain vacant or underutilized. This is a glaring failure to leverage public assets for public benefit. Now, my question is, why are these properties not being repurposed for government offices, community services, or affordable housing? As we have emphasized, occupancy rates of all public works buildings must be included as a key performance indicator. How does the department plan to ensure these properties are brought into full use, and what timelines have been set? Secondly, Chairperson, the dependency on private leases. The department spent 2.9 billion rands on private leases in Q2 alone, amounting to over half its budget for accommodation. This dependency is really an insult to our taxpayers, especially when state properties could be refurbished and utilized. Now, what is the department's strategy for reducing this reliance, and how will it ensure projects to refurbish state-owned properties are prioritized and completed on time? Thirdly, Chair, the missed opportunities for economic empowerment. The department's failure to include Black-owned and emerging businesses in managing its property portfolio perpetuates inequality. What specific measures have been implemented to empower these businesses, and how will the department ensure their participation in upcoming refurbishment and management projects? I want to pause there and go through the report on facilities management. And I want us to focus, my colleagues, especially on the KPIs that has been set. Let's look at one KPI. I've just taken our notes, so forgive me if I didn't get it correctly, but you can correct me as we move along. The percentage of new private leases signed with maintenance plans have been achieved 100%. Everyone will say, bravo. The target has been reached 100%. But how many of these? 2. Only 2 private leases signed with maintenance plans in place. And this was the target, 2. And the 2 is met. It reminds me of the time when I was an official in the department and when I had prepared the KPI reports. I recall my head coming to me and telling me, don't be an overachiever and don't put too much there. Make it make your baseline as low as possible. And it seems that is the trend in the departments, and that's the reason why these KPIs that are being set cannot be translated into tangible results on the ground. And that's what Professor Fekini spoke about. And then look at the leases that's let out to BEE companies. What is the target? 10%. Don't you think that as a committee, we need to relook at all these targets? Let's start raising these targets to the point where that officials will start working, the vacant posts will be filled speedily, so that the new targets, improved targets that make sense to the public will be more meaningful. Let's look at the cost of inefficiency. Funds that address poverty, unemployment, and infrastructure decay are being funneled into private hands. Why has the department failed to align its property management with broader socioeconomic goals? And what steps will it take to reverse this trend? Now, construction project management, Chair, under the report on construction project management, we must question whether the department's strategies adequately address challenges in completing construction projects on time and within budget. I do note that that one of the presenters touched on this, and we welcome that, but I think it is something that we need to flag, because I don't think this elephant is going to disappear very quickly. We've repeatedly heard that delays are due to a lack of qualified project managers. What is being done to fill these vacancies? Additionally, professionalizing social facilitators is critical. These facilitators should assist project managers with challenges like project site invasions, contractor extortion, and delays.
Honorable Reddy, can you wrap up? Thank you.
I will, Chair. When it comes to the Project 1 performance claims, Program 1 of the DPWI presentation reports over 90% achievement in meeting performance targets. However, Chair, we must critically examine whether these indicators reflect the realities on the ground. Directly opposite the department's headquarters in Pretoria, I showed it to some of the members. There is a building there where all the windows are broken. And I'm sure as the minister goes to his office and other officials go to their office, they see this every single day. How does this align with the claims of 90% performance? So let me just conclude by saying this. We acknowledge and we must support our very youthful, good-looking minister's intervention to halt this irregular tender and call for a forensic investigation. While this is commendable, it must be part of a broader strategy to address systemic procurement inefficiencies and eliminate blacklisted contractors. What safeguards are being put in place to ensure that these issues do not incur? I'm concluding now, Chair, just a minute. Our demands would be, number 1, urgent audit of all vacant and underutilized state-owned properties with clear deadlines for their refurbishment and repurposing. 2, a comprehensive strategy to reduce dependency on private leases that must end with measurable targets and timelines. Transparent reporting on how the department intends to include Black-owned businesses in managing state properties. The inclusion of occupancy rates as a KPI, ensuring optimal use of state-owned properties, and a clear plan to professionalize social facilitators. Chairperson, while we appreciate the DG's promising start and the minister's interventions, these efforts must evolve into systemic reforms. The MK Party demands action and accountability to ensure that the state's property portfolio and construction projects serve their rightful purpose and deliver real value to South Africans. I thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Honorable Gama, in that order, can you follow?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, good morning to all the members. Good morning to the Minister and the officials of the Department of Public Works, led by the Director General. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu, for your presentation this morning. For me, as a general rule, when one has a very long presentation with many slides, it's because you want to confuse us. Confuse us with a lot of information. You confuse us with a lot of information, but we barely hear what it is exactly that is important. And I would like that we reduce these slides, going forward, and we focus on a few key issues with high impact. Because if we do that, we will be able to begin to see the transformation of the department in the manner and way in which we would like to see it. Just a few questions. The first one, I want to understand on the recruitment and selection process. It looks to me that the process continues to be slow, and sometimes it is ascribed to the Department of Public Service and Administration in terms of their processes. I want to know how much of this is owned by yourselves. What kind of are you not able to do your own recruitment and selection under guidelines from the DPSA instead of waiting for them? I just want to understand the process. How exactly does it work? Do they do the recruitment and selection on your behalf, or they've given you guidelines, you are doing it yourself? Your problem is your human resources department itself. Because you do have a human resources department, what does it do? Because to the extent that you want to see action and you want to see outcomes, if you do not have the resources, boots on the ground to do the actual work, you're not going to get far. In one of your slides, you've shown that your vacancy rate is 11% and your target was 10%, and you say that's green. I don't understand that. It should be red because you didn't achieve what you set out to achieve. Unless you are saying you're also trying to reduce costs at the same time when you haven't really got into an optimal resource plan to be able to do your work. In terms of equity plans, if you could separate in future, which ones are HQ and which ones are the branches? And to what extent do you have oversight on what happens in the different branches? And who is responsible for that? Because we'd like to really understand that. Your target for women is underwhelming. We need to make sure that it goes to the level that is required. And then when it comes to the panels, you are saying that the panels of professional service providers, one of them was approved, but the others, the tender has been cancelled. Why is that? You do not incur any costs for having a panel, but it actually assists you with your contingency planning. Because when something happens, then you are ready to execute because you can then pick up somebody who's in a panel. So why has that process been stopped or cancelled? I need to understand that. On slide 27, you talk about certain actions having to take place by the 8th or the 9th of October. That is in the past. It's more than a month ago. So can you provide us a much more up-to-date slide in terms of what is the latest situation? Because you were saying you'll do certain things on the 8th or the 9th of October, but you haven't given us the OBB status as of date. And then in terms of private enterprises, there is a lot of money that is also owned by the private sector. Have you considered stopping providing services such as maintenance to entities that are not paying you, so that you do not incur expenditure on people who are not providing you the income for you to incur that expenditure? We've also found that you're saying that the government departments are finding that the DPWI is a soft belly. So whenever the austerity measures, they start by reducing your prices. Do get them to come up with a practice note that says they must look at other things other than the public works. I think that will be very easy to get National Treasury to do that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Members, I said in that order.
Yep,
the
I'm here. Thank you,
Bas,
Chair.
Delange, Kobe, you must follow.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I actually wasn't going to say anything today, but since you are putting me on the spot, I will just make one or two comments. Thank you to the DG and the CFO for the presentation, and thank you to the Minister for his overview. I just wanted to commend the fact that there does seem to be progress being made, and in terms of the targets, we are seeing the targets in terms of the financial targets. Shall I just say? We are seeing that there's not too much variation from what has been planned for, and I think that is encouraging. I think my only consideration is how can we look at these targets and what's been done, and the outcomes of those, rather than just meeting a percentage target or a figure. I think we want to see actually what is happening on the ground, what are the actual tangible outcomes. I think what I would like to note of concern is the withholding of payment for EPWP, obviously a very important program, but obviously there's good reason for those payments being withheld. It's just what support or what escalations are being put in place to get the municipalities and the provincial administrations to do what they need to do from their end to actually resolve that issue. A question that maybe I'm just misinformed, but there were mention of, I note that state funerals and big state events like the inauguration and the budget speech, etc. I just want to understand the rationale as to why these events fall under public works and not somewhere else, like the presidency, for example. That for me was an interesting one. And then I must also agree with Honorable Gama. The presentation is very long, it's very big. And I think, Chairperson, we must accept that Public Works is one of the biggest departments with one of the most entities, and whether or not we shouldn't try and see if there's not a better way to do oversight or do committee work around maybe looking at the department and the entities separately. I think 1 4-hour meeting a week is maybe not enough every week. So we should maybe see if it's not necessary to have an additional meeting from time to time to get through all the detail. But that's it from our side. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, first, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, the DG, and all DGs. Let me rise and welcome the presentation, and as well as the Minister's overview. I view this work as a work in progress, and in line with the previous discussions and presentations we have received from the department. The department remains very strategic, Chair, because it has to contribute on job creation and economic growth. Therefore, there are a few areas first I want to emphasize on. The first one is planning and procurement. That the department must always be aware that those are strategic functions. And therefore, those are very critical. including the management of immovable property register, as well as the overall management of the state property. In welcoming and engaging, Chair, this presentation and the Minister's overview, let me first welcome the planned employment opportunities of 200 plus that will be advertised, as well as the plans to fill senior management posts. The area I want to check on them, they already spoken about the targets. That the targets is that on the first quarter, at least it should have been, but the capacity. Does the department have the capacity to achieve those targets? Because unemployment is an issue that is also affecting our country that are grappling with. The second question on the presentation, there were delays on DC process. How does that delay affect the performance, as well as how much the cost involved on those DC processes? The other two questions, Chair, just do we have any officials who are still doing business with the state? As well as the issue that was raised here that the NPO started implementing later. What then is the plan to avert such in the future? Then the last one, we were told that the department has established an ICT steering committee. I think this was in line on the question that you asked about that you heard on the grapevine of what is happening, department being hacked with weak security systems. Can we get more information about the establishment of this ICT steering committee? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the Minister and our colleagues from Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you so much for the very, very detailed report on your end. But I'd just like to make a comment firstly on the opening remarks of the Minister, informing us about IDT and how it remains a risk because of non-submission of financial statements and sort of the impasse that it has with AG, and also some of the issues that are problematic within that entity. I would just like to make or implore with the Minister that before we dissolve such an entity, I would maybe say the Minister should use his ministerial powers to sort of offer more support to IDT. It is an entity that we need in terms of the transformation of social infrastructure in the country. And I think more than anything, it needs support before we can flag it as a risk, but most importantly, let's see what kind of mechanisms we can use to sort of support it before it goes under. Okay, onto the report. I'd like to speak about the non-compliance of in terms of the audit findings. In Q1, I think they reported 84%. And in Q2, I think that declined to 72% in terms of non-compliance. And that to me shows me that the department is regressing instead of progressing. I just need to know what active mechanisms is this department using to sort of streamline the AG's report into their own internal processes so that we don't find ourselves with repeat findings. I mean, DDG, the last time we were told about the lengthy time that it takes for investigations, but we are still told the same thing again. I don't think that it shows that on the department's end, there's an effort to sort of mitigate repeat findings. So I just need to know what mechanisms are you using so that you do not regress in terms of performance, and moreover, you don't come back to this committee and tell us the same thing next quarter. The underachievement of appointment of women and people with disabilities, I really am thoroughly disappointed. Even your target is not a target that we should be celebrating. Because, I mean, 48% is ridiculous by any standard, especially if the country wants to see transformation and women, especially in an industry that is male-dominated. If we are to see an increase in gender participation, there must be deliberate efforts to sort of lift the ceiling to ensure that women are prioritized in this industry. I think the transformation agenda is a little bit superficial, and I will speak to the minister raising concerns of the abuse of 30% of local procurement. That is not within this report, but it is utterances that the minister has made, and also commitments that he sort of has made at the summit. For me, the concern is that when we speak of abuse of 30% within a department that is supposed to be providing work opportunities and opening up really employment to the local economy, I think that if we are talking in terms of internally, when your baseline is so low for female and people with disabilities, and I'd also like to see in terms of the racial makeup as well of these numbers, and also you're also concerned about the 30% of local contractors and procuring local contractors. If we are to speak about those things, what I'm hearing is that the ministry is determined to sort of keep a ceiling in terms of, instead of opening up opportunities. And it is evident in the way you have sort of framed your APPs. It is concerning, and I would like maybe the department to have a revisit and look at how they can instead unlock opportunities and make sure to legitimize, the 30% and not necessarily call it abuse, when we need social facilitators, especially from this department, to sort of facilitate and fast track that those kind of opportunities and engagements between this department and the community. The digitization of the department, I welcome the committees that you have put in place, but it is slow. I think also it has cost the department a little bit, because the department has been procuring ICT and what are these packages? But yes, to ensure that there is programs to ensure that there's digitization. The department has lost a lot of money, and I think it's not being optimized the way it needs to be. These steering committees, the next time we come here, DDG, we are hoping that they will tell us the achievement in terms of how they have sort of integrated digital use of sort of your internal processes with the personnel in the department. The one plan, I need to know, what are you still consulting in terms of the one plan that the deputy minister is always talking about, that he's so excited about, that this thing has, transformed sort of the local economy. Are we unable to replicate this model in townships? Why are we unable to sort of move the needle on it? I think the delays in terms of still consulting are just disappointing. And of the completed projects, can we please have a list so that we can perform oversight and do verification as and when possible? And I also see that the department has been engaging with SAPS as a client department, and I think they're making leeway with the telecom towers. I would just like to know, because one of the things that SAPS lamented about was the 5 incomplete police stations countrywide. I would like to know where the department is on that, and what are they committing in terms of when will they complete it, timelines and costs and stuff like that. I think that's it from me. Thank you so much, Chair.
Members, can you follow in that order? Kobe, are you done?
Yes, Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Mare, Mankosi, Numalo, you'll follow.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all, everybody present on this Zoom meeting. My first remark is positive in the sense that I think there's a turning of the ship in the correct direction. It's going to take time, it's slow, but I think we're moving in a new direction with public works and infrastructure. So everybody contributing to that, I would say thank you. I want to go to the aspect of the asset register. Now, as you all know, Public Works got a lot of assets that is registered either in national public works or in the name of provincial public works. Now, years ago, when town planning were done, they were put aside plots of urban or piece of land for clinics, for schools, police stations, and so forth. We just concluded, and I give now a practical example in my constituency of the asset register of the whole of the municipality. And we differentiate between assets register in Public Works province and assets register in Public Works national. Now, interesting, there is plots or urban that is lying there now for more than 30 years. Now, in some cases, they were earmarked either for a clinic or a school or whatever. But since that date up to now, there's been built, for example, a new school or a new clinic, but it wasn't built on the original plot that was earmarked for it when the planning of the town was done like 30 or 40 years ago. So we sit with vacant pieces of land that is not made actually adequate for the purpose it was originally put aside like 20 or 30 years ago. So currently we have then assets that is, there's no return of investment on these properties or income, to put it that way, and it's actually a debt expense for the Public Works national and provincial. So my request is now going forward in 2025 onwards, could there be a special focus on these vacant pieces of land that is actually only an expense for Public Works province and for national? And my question would be then, would we, number one, then earmark them to sell them off to the municipality that could use it for various purposes? Will we sell it off at the municipal valuation, or at what price are we looking at to sell these properties off? Because there's no sense on holding on to these vacant pieces of land that is only expense and not to the advantage of the department. Then the next one is, can I just have an indication, are we really getting coordination in the sense of, and other interdepartmental departments with the payment of debts between departments and between the provinces and national, as far as the turnaround that we actually want to have of paying off outstanding debts is 30 days. Are we moving forward to achieve this? Is there a serious effort from the president and all the national ministers to address this issue? Because in all departments and in all inter departments between province and national, it so a skew balance sheet with they owe us, we owe them, and it's blaming game against one province against a national, and a national between departments of owing debts, and that is in most cases, can I tell you, is far beyond 30 days. So that is my two things. I think otherwise, I think going forward for next year, I think we can interrogate more specific issues going forward, because the requests we get on the provincial side for police stations that must be attended to, well, then we have to collaborate with the Department of Police or our colleagues in that regard, because I've been in 2 of my police stations in my constituency, and I'm not rude when I'm saying it straight down the line. I won't be interested to sit and work in that building. In some cases, they actually rent a house because the current premises is far too small for the police station, and that is not good for health-wise as well, workable-wise, for a person to work in. But that's my input or questions at this point in time. Thank you, Chair. I give over to you.
Thank you very much. Chair, is it me?
Yes, ma.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self and my colleagues, the department, as well as the minister, and the support staff present in the meeting. Chair, let me join my colleagues by welcoming the long presentation made by the DTG, of which it covers a lot of areas for the department. I think, Chair, my questions that I was going to ask was raised by my colleagues, especially the issue of the vacancies that are not filled, the critical vacancies that are not filled and are budgeted for. I think, Chair, I just want to put an emphasis as well that I request that the department speed up the process of filling the vacancies, because it results at the end, it results to the lack of capacity for the department. So we really appeal to the department to look at that matter very, very seriously. The other one is the IT challenges. I think that one, it keeps on reflecting, but I don't hear the department indicate as to how are they going to resolve it. Chair, on the issue of the projects that are delayed for the longest time, I just want to check with the department that why they don't use the expertise in CBE and CDI and CIDP for construction project management, Chair. Lastly, Chair, I think there are challenges that are raised, many challenges that are raised by the department. I just want to check or request the department at least to come up with a plan or a table which will indicate the resolution on how are they going to address those challenges, so that you can be able to monitor it, because every time when we are here, we will find that there are a lot of challenges that are raised with the department, and you don't see the improvement on them. But if you are having a timetable where those challenges are listed, probably even the time frame as to when are they intending to do that, that will be much easier for us to monitor as to how are they going to resolve and when are they intending to resolve them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, and good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the department's officials. I've got a few things to mention. Firstly, it's the public register. From our previous engagements, I'm aware of the fact that the department does not know about all its properties. So there are properties that are not registered with the department. So in other words, the department doesn't know anything about those properties. So my question is, what is your relationship with the deeds office? Because according to my understanding, all properties are registered with the deeds office. So perhaps why don't you go there and check as to who owns what? Maybe you'll be able to come up with something, but I don't know. I'm just making a suggestion when it comes to that, so that the department can have a proper register. But I don't know what's your relationship with that office, its office. Now ngizobuya ke kulokho okunye ke lokhu kokuthi ama-projects, kukhona ama-projects ayekwayo uthola ukuthi usonkontileka ushiya ilokhuzana isite. Yes, ziningi izathu nomnyango oyibalayo, kodwa silapha ePretoria kukhona udaba engaliveza, ngizophinde ngiluveze futhi ngoba ngiyafisa ukuthi lolu daba lubhekwe singalishalazeleli. Leli lokuthi kunenkinga laphana, sihlala nabo abantu abangosonkontileka, abanye babo bayakhala ngokuthi kuthi besebenza kutholakala ukuthi sekufanele ukuthi uma esehambisa i-invoice bese kuthiwa sicela intshontsho, some form of i-kickback. Uthola ukuthi omunye akanayo leyo mali leyo, kuhambe kugcine usonkontileka ehluleka manje ukuqhubeka nomsebenzi, ugcine uwa. Ngiyayicela i-department ukuthi lolu daba ngicela ukuthi lisukumele, ibe ney'ndlela thizeni zokuthi lumonitheke ngoba lunaso isandla nomthelela kulezi iy'nkinga i-department ebhekana nazo, ekutheni kugcine kulahleka iy'mali ey'nkulu ngenxa yokuthi umsebenzi awenzeki. Now olunye-ke udaba engicela ukuthi ngilikhulume la, uma ngilalisise kahle kukhulunywe ngo-50,000 wamathuba emisebenzi ngaphansi kohlelo luka-EPWP. Lolu hlelo kuyavela ukuthi njengamanje kuna only 5,000 wemisebenzi esisebenza, okusho ukuthi kunabantu abawu-5,000 abasebenza, kusho ukuthi ngamanye amagama u-40,000 awakaqashwa okumele ngabe usuqashiwe. Njenge-South Africa sihlezi lokhu abathi sihlezi phezu kwalento okuthiwa i-time bomb. Kuhlushekiwe kakhulu, asikwazi ukuthi kungathiwa kuhlushekwe kangaka kunabantu abawu-40,000, amathuba emisebenzi awu-40,000 kufana ngabe sebeqale bayasebenza kodwa abasebenzi. Ibuhlungu kakhulu leyo nto leyo, and umuntu ohlezi ekhaya nobukela le presentation ezwa kuthiwa kunalesi sibalo esingaka sabantu kufanele bayasebenza kodwa abasebenzi. Umbuzo ayibuza wona oqala uthi kwenziwa yini, bese kuyatholakala ukuthi kukhona abangawenzi kahle umsebenzi, aba-too slow ekutheni benze lowo msebenzi wokuthi kuqasheke abantu. Then umbuzo olandelayo uthi benziwa yini babe slow, ngoba banama-office bayahola njalo uma kuphela inyanga, kuney'moto, kuna-furniture, kunamapeni, kunamafoni, yini lena eyenza kudileya kangaka? Umhlonishwa uGama uke wabeka igama-ke elibalulekile wathi umasipala, u-Public Works uhlulwa yini ukuthi yena vele azenzele lo msebenzi angalokho ecela umasipala, ngoba omasipala sekubonakala ukuthi kuney'nkinga. Kwa-Water and Sanitation ukukhalwa ngabo, kwa-Eskom ukukhalwa ngabo ukuthi ayi kuney'nkinga kwamasipala. Nathi lapha kwa-Public Works namhlanje sizwa lokho ukuthi enye yezinto ezenza ukuthi u-Public Works imali angayikhiphi ukuthi omasipala abenzi kahle, okuholela ekutheni igcine imali ingadedelwanga iye la kufanele iye khona kuyoqasheka abantu. Manje-ke ngiyagcizelela nami njengomhlonishwa uGama ukuthi cha, njengoba u-Public Works ama-office akhe egcwele izwe lonke, akazibambele yena. Angiyiboni mina inkinga ezokwenza ukuthi umasipala angayibambeli yena. I'm sorry, u-Public Works angayibambeli yena umsebenzi ekuthenini abantu baqashelwe. Kulanjiwe, kunomuntu ongazi ukuthi iy'ngane uzoyithengelani ngoKhisimusi. Kunomuntu ongazi ukuthi, uyabona nje thina esike sibe baningi nalapha ko-social media, ukubona isimanga umuntu eze abhale athi bakithi ngisilekeleleni, akusaphileki, ngidinga nje noma yini ewumsebenzi. Ngakolunye uhlangothi akhona amathuba emisebenzi, uhulumeni uyikhiphile imali, kunama-officials nje thizeni angawenzi umsebenzi. Ibuhlungu-ke leyo nto leyo. Siyacela kakhulu ukuthi lento umnyango uPublic Works ngicela ukuthi ayiprioritize. If kudingeka ayikhiphe kwamasipala ayenze yena. Angiyiboni mina inkinga. Uhulumeni wase-South Africa losikhuluma ngayo. Asikhulumi mhlawumbe yebo uhulumeni wasekhaya uhulumeni oyimele, kodwa-ke ngiyacela kakhulu ukuthi lento uPublic Works akayibambele yena, angeke imhlule. Ngineqiniso lalokho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Thank you.
Makasi, then Mahlangu.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, the Minister, the officials led by the DG, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. I think, Chair, on the report that is presented to us, what is lacking to me is the issue of the deadlines or time frames of what has been reported to us. For an example, there's an issue of these vacancies or positions that are submitted for approval to the DBSA. I think as a committee, we've been talking around the delays in terms of filling the vacancies, and we've been told that it's been attended to. And we are told that we're waiting for approval. I think there should be some kind of a deadline put in place of maybe by when do we expect this report or approval to come back, or what is the department emanating to have these vacancies to be filled in. And Chair, the issue of the sector plan, which must also be implemented after the approval of the MINMEC, we also need a time frame on that. I'm raising this because I think in the last portfolio meeting, when we were presented with the PRRR report, we did make recommendations that at least the department should begin to come with reports to us that have got timelines, so they don't report broadly and vaguely that this is what they're going to do, so that we can be able to monitor their performance and what they report to us. The other issue I want to raise, Chair, is on the issue of the solar panels in parliamentary villages, where they report that there's supposed to be youth training, especially in the city of Cape Town, that there are delays, but they don't stipulate or divulge to us what kind of delays is there and what are they doing to deal with the delays, so that the project then picks up or is implemented. And then on the issue of the Welly Scissor bridges, I think they report they had a target of 96, and then only 7 were done in Q1 and 14 in Q2, and that they also raise or actually reporting that there are delays in finalizing these completion certificates. I want to check with them what are they doing to ensure that these certificates are actually availed, and what are they doing as a department to ensure that that does not continue to be an issue or a problem going forward, that these contractors do not comply in terms of giving them these certificates. The other thing, Chair, I want to raise is the issue of the contract cancelling, which is due to admin failures. What kind of failures are these, and what is the plan of the department to ensure that it doesn't happen again, or it doesn't occur, so that it doesn't actually gets to be an issue that is coming up in reports? Because my understanding of admin failures is something internal, and I think they should begin to deal with these challenges, because they are hampering the department. And in other questions, Chair, I don't need to repeat them. I've been covered by members in their inputs. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mahlangu, you are the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the meeting, from your good self, the department, the minister, and the whole team. I think largely, Chair, questions they've been covered. But however, in conclusion, one will also put few questions, 1 or 2 questions. Well, Chair, the first one is the failure of clients to pay their debt. I want to check from the department why they continue servicing people who are failing to pay them. In particular, on properties where they are rented. Why do they continuously fail to terminate those contracts, or either way not renew them when their clients are unable to pay them? Because when you check in the report, there are many clients that are owing the department. Also, it becomes a problem in the side of the department to continuously operate or function properly. And the second part here that I want to check, well, we must agree that, for an example, in the issue of giving back the land, that is not entirely the duty of the department to distribute the land to the people. Where perhaps we can agree that one of the causes of delays of distributing the land back to the people. I want to check where the duplication of duties or where the department relies on another department for its progress to be made. What do we do and how do we improve the relationship with other departments, or improve, encourage other departments that are delaying the implementation of, for an example of what I've said, the giving back the land here. And lastly, what I can say is that at least the department is proposing some solutions. But what we can encourage, at least, let us not just only propose solutions, but let's implement those solutions. It is not going to help us, at least, to say, these are our problems or these are our challenges, and here are solutions. But at the end, we do not implement those solutions, or at the end, we do not have proper results that emanate from those solutions. At least, let's implement those solutions. When we come back here, we'll know that we have progressed from here to here. We have failed from here to here. And what caused us to fail is this and that and that. And the blame game, we must stay away from it. For an example of saying the municipality can't respond, what can't respond, we must quickly run away from those things. We must have ways, and if we see that engagements, we fail to engage, we've engaged OG,
I agree with that. Totally agree.
What do we do at the end? As I conclude, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I hope Minister and the team, you were taking notes. As a member, equally so, I've got few questions that I need to get clarity on. One is that, Minister, in your opening remark, you spoke of you made a recommendation about the project of IDT with the Department of Health. My question, or a clarity that you need to give us as a portfolio, we believe that you play an oversight as a department. You need to have a session with IDT, its executives and its board management. With the statement that you made, that's why I'm saying you must give us a clarity. Are you telling us that you don't have a good relation with IDT as one of your entities? Because when you made a statement, you said you are not sure whether they'll follow your instruction as you've agreed with the Minister of Health. So it then comes to my mind and tells me that maybe you don't have a good relation. You are an oversighter, you can recommend. Even though they are a trust, you don't have powers to dissolve or employ them, but you are an oversighter to them before it comes to us, then are you telling us you don't have a good relationship with them? What steps have you taken before you could go to Department of Health or meet with your counterpart, the Minister of Health? What is it that you have done as a minister and the DG as an accounting officer meeting with the CEO or the board chairperson? I want to get clarity from that side. I believe whether they are implementing agency to different departments, you are the ones that they report direct. You are the immediate supervisor to IDT. So all these mistakes, I believe, DG, you have been in the department since last year. It means it's in November, the end of November, which is Friday, you'll be having a year in the department. I believe you understand. You have already put your systems in place. Before the presentation, I even highlighted the fact that I'm getting it from different medias and also your labor, your organized labor, minister and the DG. You are aware, even previously, there was a time when we speak about digitalization that SAGE has failed the department. You have made that disclaimer, you have accepted, but continuously, government funds are getting lost. We are losing government fund through SAGE. How true is it? We hear that in April, in March, and recently now in November, you have been hacked and money is lost. Yes, you suspended 4 employees, but 3 came back. 1 is still remaining. Explain, give us confidence. How will you recover the money? And why is it happening since April and now the latest being this month, and money is getting lost, which is approximately around 55 million if the estimate is correct. But whether it's a cent, fact remains it's government money and it must deliver services to South Africans. Therefore, I heard your DM minister is leading Operation Pay in Time. And this hacking system is leading to service provided not paid in time and at all not paid. Then it means you are suffocating SMEs, those who are growing to be bigger because they are not paid in time. Then you are limiting, you are making them to be failures and to become the businesses that we are anticipating them to be. So I really need you to give us a better response on that one. Minister, you had a summit recently, which is I think last week. And I believe in all these things that are in your second, third quarter program report, non-financial and financials. You touched base. Most in your report, it speaks about unfinished project. It speaks about your extortion and all the stuff. I thought when they were presenting your presenters, they will even touch on resolutions that will tell us you've got a plan in place to rectify what is happening, what you have identified. The presentation, yes, it's a template that you are getting it from maybe a certain department or monitoring and evaluation. But we thought in a committee putting South Africans into confidence, you must give us and identify your challenges, and therefore you must also give us your plan in place that will then rectify and try to change the lives of South Africans. I thought there will be a touch of your resolutions that you took and how will you implement, and with the timeframes as well, because we cannot just outline challenges and problems without timeframe, without a proper plan. But I believe maybe we need to reschedule a meeting where you are going to tell us more about your summit, where you are saying, in this area that we have identified challenges, the summit has said is taking this shape and we're going to deal with it in this manner. Lastly, but not least, I think the second last, you know, I'm very much worried with the template that was made with financials. You are paying a lot to the private leases. And when you are paying a lot, private leases are your competitors. What are you learning best? Or what is it that you are not doing good as a department that you must challenge your competitor? Once you have a competitor, you must always up the game. I'm not going to turn it around to say it's because department don't want to pay you. But what makes you, what is it that you have set and checked as a department to say these are the reasons that makes us not to be paid? You previously we spoke about maintenance, but then if you are maintaining your services, you are servicing those buildings and premises, what makes your client department not to pay you? Yes, unfortunately, we wrote to Treasury. They declined. They did not. They said they are not available. We wanted Treasury to be part, and I could see you have made effort, Minister and the DG. And in other meetings, they're saying you have collapsed. But we are saying we are also instructing, and Nola will be taking note as well, to re-invite maybe early next year Treasury, maybe to come to our committee and you explain better. What is it that is stopping almost everybody not to be on board? Lastly, Minister, will want PMT, the head of PMT, to have a special meeting. That will be my recommendation, a special day where they are going to tell us and present to us their turnaround strategy and its time frame. Together with Prestige, I believe there's two, you have PMT and Prestige, which are two entities that are not the same. But because we are talking about you giving accommodation to department and also accommodating members and executives, we need to understand what is the turnaround strategy to rectify all these challenges that we are having and try to up the game and be on the same level or the same league with the private lease, because we believe, yes, we understand you are not a business, you are not running as a business model, but somewhere, somehow, Minister, we will have to go to that point. But then also, lastly, we'll want to understand, you might not explain thoroughly, PMT, about the telecom towers. We want you to also give us a full plan that you have for subs. We went to telecom towers and subs is very decisive. They say they don't want that building anymore. It has been long, it has traumatized, and they've got their own reasons. What do you have in place? The plan in place. That's why I'm saying, Nola, you need to prioritize PMTE together with Prestige so that we understand what is their plan and how are you going to deal with telecom towers, even though subs is no longer going to utilize the area, and what plans are you having for subs and how far with their meetings we'll want to understand as well. But let me take back this opportunity and give you, Minister, and your team to start trying to respond where you don't have full responses. We'll be waiting for them in writing, but we want to say before we close or in the beginning of next year, when we come back after Christmas, we'll want PMT to be prioritized. Nola will communicate the date. Thank you. You can take over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the committee for the questions. Let me take a first run at it, and I will then let the team come in afterwards. Let me start with yourself, Chair. Let me say that I indeed met with the IDT before this course of action was taken. In fact, the DG and myself now lead the personal one-on-one quarterly reviews with our entities. We don't just put them in a room all together and allow them to hide behind one another. They actually have to sit down in G and myself, the CFO, GRC, and others, and they are grilled for probably 2.5 hours per entity on their performance. And this issue did come up, and I expressed my unhappiness around the negative attention that the IDT is attracting. Let me also say that, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, because they are a trust, and it's an anomaly that they exist as a trust, I cannot instruct them to do anything. I can suggest, and that's exactly what I've done, is suggest that they pause the tender until a forensic investigation has been done. But because also the health department is the client, it has got to be done in conjunction with both the health department and myself. So I can only suggest the health department, as the client, can withdraw, which is what the minister has said to me will be done. Let me say, just regarding IDT, because someone else brought it up, I think Honorable Kobe did, is that in fact the Presidential Commission on State-Owned Enterprises, or PSEC, had actually suggested that IDT should be wound down and should be dissolved, and that the assets should be accommodated and accumulated in other places, because it's become very clear that the trust just simply is unable to be an implementing agent and compete with the various other implementing agents that exist. That is obviously something that is for consideration and emanated out of the 6th administration. And that's something that we have to consider or go back to PSEC on and see exactly how that works. I will allow the CFO and GRC to speak about SAGE, but suffice to say, the reality is that the system of SAGE is not fit for purpose. It should never have been acquired in the beginning. And we should have worked with systems within National Treasury that exist, or off-the-shelf systems. But SAGE is an albatross around our necks, and the sooner we put it down, the better it will be for the department. Let me say then, on the summit timelines, I think if you read the Durban Declaration, which was agreed on between Public Works, Treasury, and the police, it's very clear on what the 5 areas are going forward and how they will work out, so that there are absolutely timelines and a structured way in working forward on that. And I would encourage members to get a hold of that and read it, because it's a very good document. Why don't clients pay is the question you asked, Chair. And let me say simply, because they know they can get away with it. If they didn't know that they could get away with it, they would pay. And maybe we actually need to cut off the services to prisons and see what a public foray that will create. But that's the sort of drastic actions that are maybe required, that we cannot allow government departments not to pay us because they know they won't get away with it. You'll also appreciate, Chair, that we as a department have taken steps insofar as writing to the Auditor General to get client departments audited on their unwillingness to pay us. But it is just a situation that cannot exist any longer. And the time is going to come where we will start evicting people out of offices. I've laid out a very clear, on page 58, there's a very clear process that's been outlined. I've obviously had to give departments the opportunity to make arrangements. Some have. And quite frankly, I think that we need to treat departments like SARS treats individuals. If you have a dispute over amount, you pay first and dispute later. But it cannot be that because you dispute something, you do not pay. It doesn't work like that. And I think that we need to even consider that approach. Let me say with the Telkom Towers plan, that plan will be informed by the outcome of the forensic investigation, and those outcomes will be made public. You'll know from the terms of reference, members of the committee, that one of them revolves specifically around the what should be done with that complex, and of course we'll be guided by the outcome of that. Let me then just go to the start, and I will try and briefly get through. Honorable Reddy, why do we pay for leases when we have buildings? Well, some of those buildings are just simply uninhabitable. But the point is this, is that we should not, and we must not, be having a 6 billion rand leasing cost to the state when the state is the biggest landlord in the country. That is contradictory, and it is something that must be righted. In fact, we're looking at potentially some new sites of how we can start collapsing leases into buildings that we own, or land that we own. I agree with you that land must be used that the department owns correctly, and that includes for social housing, in conjunction with the with municipalities, but only those municipalities that are competent to be able to deliver those housing units. We shouldn't and must not hand over land to municipalities that allow land to be invaded. That would be an absolutely terrible outcome. And let me then maybe just link this to the Honourable Mahlangu's point around what he termed returning the land that we own. Our job is not land restitution. That lies with rural development and land affairs. Our job is to use assets like the land, that we do own, for social housing or for government use. But the issue of restitution lies with another department. Mr. Reddy himself is a businessman, so understands that the decisions that we take today don't necessarily bear fruit tomorrow, but are beneficial in the future. And I'm convinced that the path that we are on and the tough decisions that we are taking will pay off in time. But what I would just caution Mr. Reddy is that it's not the committee's role to set targets for the department, and it's the committee's role to oversee those. And of course, we do take inputs on where the committee believes that targets should be higher or lower. But we must, of course, respect the separation of powers between the legislature and the executive. But we will, if there are points that the legislature feels are not correct in terms of targets, we will, of course, look at that. Let me say that a number of colleagues have spoken about the length of the presentation. I assure you that if we had produced a short presentation, you would have said that we were trying to hide things. So we want to make sure that the presentation is as full as possible with as much information, because I believe in transparency, and I believe that we must highlight things. I was previously in committees where entities would come and present long presentations on the acquisitions of locomotives. And in fact, they used those entire presentations to hide the real details about what was going on there. I would argue that the presentation that we have presented here today has been filled with useful information, and information that is transparent and helps the committee be able to adequately play its oversight in the work that we are doing. And the reality is, Honourable Gama, that HR processes don't take a short space of time. They are subject to prescripts, which we must follow, so that they are not subjected to either internal appeals or legal appeals. And if there's one thing about me, I'm a stickler for process, probably to my own detriment at times. But I will make sure that we follow our HR processes to the letter, so that we make sure that we get the best possible candidates into these jobs. Honourable Barth, absolutely, we must play more support to local government and provinces in the signing and finalisation of EPWP contracts. It does speak to the point that I make previously, is that I think that there's got to be greater oversight and greater role of the department as the custodian of EPWP. And so I do take that point, and we will do so. We're just finalizing an acting appointment of a DDG for EPWP, and hopefully that will speed that process up. And one of the permanent appointments that are coming up is a permanent appointment of EPWP. Honorable Bath, you asked a great question that I haven't got an answer to myself around the issue of funerals and events, because, and I know the DG will come in, but the reality is that they are, in my view, at times subject to abuse because of the late nature that is thrust on the department in order to do these events. And all of a sudden, when, as an example, when someone dies, you normally have around 7 days before the funeral. By the time you sort of get into the process of looking for providers, they know they've got you, and they know they can charge what they want. And so what a chair used to cost 100 Rand because you need it in 3 days' time now costs 200 Rand, and so on and so forth. And it is just really problematic. And I know that there has been some discussions in cabinet around this, but I think we need to go further around developing a policy on the actual upper limits on categories of funerals, not just upper limits on all funerals, but on categories, so that we stop what becomes very expensive. And let me assure you, Honourable Bath, that I myself sign off now all expenditure related to these events, because, and where there is unjustifiable expenses, I go back and insist that these costs are relooked at, or that different service providers are found. But often it can be tricky, and often you're also dealing with families that have very, unbelievable demands at times, which also increases the cost. But it is something that we are going to work with going forward. Honourable De Lange, thank you very much for your support around our processes of finalising the staff. And let me just delineate the timelines there, that the timelines of Q1 2025 relate to the finalisation of the senior staff, and those are the DDGs. The 232 vacancies probably will be a little bit longer because those adverts are only going out soon or shortly. So I just wanted to make that point. Let me talk about disciplinary costs or processes. I'm sure that will be alluded to, but the reality is that, Honourable Member, is that to drive a culture of discipline in this party, unfortunately, will cost money in the short term. And let me use an example of you, because it completely outraged me when it came across my desk. There's an employee who has been found over the last 10 years to have misappropriated, and I think that's a polite word actually for stolen, 20 million Rand from this department in various regions. They then took it to arbitration. We lost the arbitration, and then we were going to be compelled to bring this individual back where they wanted to be, at their choice. They could pick their position. When it came across my desk, I said, absolutely not. Even if it means that we have to go to court and appeal the original arbitration ruling, we will do so, because I will not accept or tolerate an individual who has allowed 20 million Rand to be misappropriated to come back into our department, and then on top of that, to add insult to injury, pick which position they want to occupy. I've never heard of such lunacy in my life, but that is going to be a cost. And so I do hope that when the committee views these issues in the quarters to come, they will know that those costs are to actually instill discipline in this department. And we will not fight cases that are unfair, but I'm sure that you will appreciate and support me that we will have to fight this case in court to get that decision overtaken or overturned. Honourable Kobe, I really do ask, Honourable Member, because unfortunately this is the second time this has happened now, around misconstruing or not listening to what I've said. It happened in the House and it's happened again here. Around the issue of this 30%, in fact, there is complete unanimity on the matter between ourselves, between National Treasury, between the construction industry, between everyone in our department, and even the Black Business Council, who has said that the process and how it is being done is simply not working. It is open to abuse, and a new formula or new way must be done. That is what I have said. And I think it's very clear that I again repeat that, because it cannot be implied that that system is okay, because it is absolutely not. In fact, the Black Business Council has gone so far to say that it is Black businesses that are the biggest victims of how this 30% rule is being applied. And it is their members and their legitimate businesses that are being persecuted and losing their assets, losing their businesses, and being subjected to deep mental and personal trauma because of how this has taken place. So we will not apologize or be apologetic for our reform of the 30% rule. Let me be very clear on that. In terms of incomplete projects, what we are looking there to do, Honorable Kobe, is we are looking to pilot some of the worst incomplete projects in conjunction with CBE and CIDB and ISA as to how we can actually get those projects back on track, and we can show a new delivery model that works. Honorable Murray, I think I've touched on sort of what classifies or what is a requirement in order to dispose or sell of land or assets to local municipalities. They've got to be able to show good cause that they can actually deliver on those, because we don't want them to be invaded. But you will also be aware in the discussions that we've had in places like eThekwini that we are already doing that. That's not a new concept for us. I want to also say, Honorable Murray, that in terms of our ability to deliver projects, I want to make this point because it's an important one. If the government or the people of South Africa want DPWI to be able to deliver as is required, then the fact of the matter is that our budget has to be dramatically increased. We cannot, under the current circumstances, deliver on the workload that is before our client department. And let me also add to that, that anyone who says that we can, I'm not sure is in the right frame of mind, because we have got to the point of where we are because of budget cuts that have affected the ability to deliver both internally and externally. And internally, I mean by human capital internally. So I think that we need to start being realistic about what we can do and what we can't do. And where there are things that we can't do, we have to devolve those to client departments. And we're already in discussions on some limited projects to test out those points. But it's just got to the point now where there is just far too much on our book that cannot be delivered with the current funding structure that is made available to us. Honorable Nkosi, I think we've spoken about using experts in CIDB and CBE. In fact, I actually want to elevate the role of CBE, and I want to bring them in and bring them closer to us, particularly with ISA in some of our pilot projects. I think that they would be very helpful. Honorable Makasi, I think I've spoken there about timelines of vacancies. They actually do exist there. And then Honorable Mahlangu, I agree. If you support me to start terminating services to clients, I'm absolutely all on board. And if I can have the cover and protection of the committee to do so, I will go there and start personally disconnecting them myself. I've spoken about the land restitution And I think that that is all of the questions that were directed at me, Chair. So let me then hand over to the DG to go forward. DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, for the questions. Maybe to emphasize that we've taken note of each and every question that was raised. And I do believe the minister has covered most of the answers, but I think let me just highlight the key ones that I think maybe is a matter of really doing emphasis. The issue of the PMs, Honorable Reddy, 2-3 weeks back, we had a meeting with all the PMs in the department, over 200 of them in Johannesburg. So we've made some resolutions around professionalizing the environment, and we've given specific requirements in terms of those who are leading projects, what we actually require as a base minimum. So those are things that we'll be following up, and then we'll probably going to brief the committee properly once that is finalized. But just key to that is to say that people who are running projects must be professionally registered, and those who are not registered are given time to get to that level, so that as a starting point, we've got a proper base of the professionals running our very expensive projects portfolio. Honorable Gama, the issue of women is underwhelming, where you say that the target is very limited or low. I do believe that with the current one, I think Lwazi, when he was presenting, indicated that as part of our strategy, where we cannot, especially at SMS level, where we cannot find a female, we really need very, very good reasons for that. So in other words, we don't just gonna fill positions where the target is not met, but we'll try by all means to ensure that it is not underwhelming, it is overwhelming going forward. And then the issue of the number of the Q1, Q2, it might have happened around October when we prepared the report, because I know that you wanted us to deal with the issue of the third quarter when we're doing the reporting. So probably we need to find some assistance in respect of that with the committee, because when we're reporting Q1 and Q2. So when you see October, now we're in November, it might have been linked to that particular area. The issue of the recruitment and selection, and you asked the question, how does it work? At SMS level, I think, and many other levels, understanding the issue of the cost restrictions that we've had, DPSA implemented some sort of a circular that says we cannot, for instance, just fill positions in the normal sense of things. We had to get permission from them. So that was basically the area that was actually causing some delays, because we must get authority through them. And then also when we fill these positions, especially the SMS of positions, we have to take them through the process of DPSA along that line as well. But I think I do agree, maybe there might be a need to renegotiate and look at how do we assist each other by doing this thing much faster. And then the issue of maybe honorable path, the funeral, what Public Works does, not necessarily state functions, let me just put it that way. Our role as Public Works is to provide infrastructure in all those functions, whether it's a presidential project, or let me just say a function where he meets other state functionaries. Public Works, their role is to provide infrastructure and also venues for those particular functions. When it comes to state funerals, I think the minister has put it right to say that our biggest challenge currently is the issue of us being told to do these things like now, because people don't indicate when they have to die, and it just happens we have to run. But generally, we are busy with a process with our SCM to create, as the minister has indicated, a proper sort of tender process, which will have actually upper limits around what we need to do as a department.
I've lost connection.
A better way of managing that particular area. Maybe, Honorable Kobe, I think we are taking the note that you want us to provide you with a list of the project so that the committee can do oversight. I think we will be giving you all those with pleasure so that the committee members can then obviously also go and see what Public Works has done and is actually doing on the ground. And then the issue of raised by Mankosi, Honorable Nkosi, is the request basically to say there are many challenges that are raised, but there's no sort of following up on this. I think you are talking about the implementation report, or let me just say resolution metrics of sort. I think we'll engage with NOLA to make sure that these maybe are recorded in respect of that making inroads to the committee. And then also the issue of utilizing the expertise of CIDB, CBE. I want to say, Honorable Member, we are actually working together going forward. And like the Minister has said, on a quarterly basis, we meet our entities, but over and above that, we've requested that the CEO specifically and the CFO, they normally attend our ESCO meetings going forward on a monthly basis for those entities to assist us. Particularly CBE has been asked and given task to support us on professionalization of project managers, as it were. And then the issue of Honorable Ngumalo, although he spoke in vernacular, maybe let me just indicate the following. The issue of the relationship between us and the DITS office, I would say there is a relationship. Sasa is here in the platform. She can actually explain. We work with them far more, and then I think we know how to approach the process. But I think what you are saying is that you want us to show if we can improve our asset register in terms of knowing what we own. Obviously, there are challenges here and there. I think we will actually take that note. And then now there's this other issue that you raise about contractors complaining about being asked in Chonjo. In Chonjo, Minister, is a bribe. So contractors want to be given in Chonjo before their invoices are paid. I think, let me just say the following in response to that, so that at least everybody, even the public who's listening in the platform, so that they understand what is happening. There's a National Anti-Corruption Forum. It's got a number, it's 0800 701 701. So that's a number for people who do such things, they can be reported directly to that number. There's also a fraud hotline, which is administered, both the numbers by DPSA. It's 0800 601 601. That is actually for the anti-fraud kind of a thing. And then there's also a presidential hotline, which is 17737, which actually people can utilize to report such things. And then there's even worse in terms of our area where people are delaying payments. We've got what we call Ria Patala as a program to say those who are not paid within 30 days in DPWI, where, for instance, reasons are not explained. There's a number that we've issued. It's available on our website. It's also available in the government portal for all departments under www.gov.za. It's 0800 782 542. So those are numbers that give rise to such people. I just want to indicate the other challenge so that I can make an example with myself. There's a person, for instance, Chair, through you and Minister, who said is applied for a tender, but for some reason, this thing to be finalized, it must speak to the DG as an example. Now, there's a 50,000 that is required. Now, how we deal with these things, for instance, we'll actually deal with it through our GRC, which then will have to process that matter. Now, when GRC now follows up with this chairperson, this person who's actually complaining, now you can't put the, what you call this thing, the information that is required so that you can process this matter and investigate. So these are things that happens where people drop names and do all sorts of things. When we have to investigate, it ends up now being something that is hanging. But these are the numbers that I've given Honorable Ngumalo for people to actually indicate. And so I think also our minister has got a cell phone. I also have a cell phone. I think even the chairperson of the portfolio committee has got a cell phone. They can always even report to them. And also the honorable members also will come to tell us so that you can phone me. Yeah, exactly. And then the other issue of the municipalities. Look, Honorable Chair, we do appreciate that the municipalities have got challenges, but the current state of the EPWP, where you say, why don't Public Works do this on our own 100%? I think you must appreciate as a non-state sector and also where we use, if you like, the municipalities. I think the only issue with the municipalities is the issue of compliance with DORA. I think maybe we can obviously consider a particular approach where I think at some point we have raised the issue of splitting some of the work, where we said as public works we're going to do some. It can happen in a once-off kind of environment where we just cut the municipalities. And then I think, Minister, in terms of maybe if there's anything that we want to add, I think the chairperson, you've answered the chairperson very well. I can maybe then ask Lwazi to just answer on the other issue that we raised. I think that will be it from my side. And maybe if there's anything the head of PMT wants to add, he can. But I think Lwazi can just close on our behalf. Maybe if there's really a need, he can add in that respect. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG, and also thank you, Minister, and
Lwazi, and then Mandla.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister and Chairperson, there was an issue around the SAGE matters and the challenges that we're experiencing in terms of continuous hacking or the security breaches that we're experiencing. Chair, I'm careful in terms of this approach because this is a public platform, especially when it comes to issues that are still under investigation. But suffice to say, Chair, is that as I was presenting when I talked about the ICT steering committee, the ICT steering committee with those 3 levels is actually now put in place to deal with exactly with those issues around security, because there were a number of governance issues in managing our systems. So we're putting that in place. There's a decision that has been taken in terms of what we call they are putting ICT under administration in the department, and there's resources that have been brought in to oversee the functionality of some of these systems. And also, what we've also done, Chair, is that we've also created certain criteria in terms of the usage of those systems by certain people. We've limited the numbers that are participating, and we're also deploying a monitoring and a detecting system into this thing. So this is basically on 2 forms. One is that we're putting a detecting and system on the current and existing SAGE, but also looking at the overhaul of the system and looking at a new system that will then do. So that's going to take quite some time. But these are the internal controls that we are putting in place. And then from an investigation point of view, it's under review. Yes, there are some correct that on the basis of the preliminary investigation, the results have pointed to having some of them having to come back. But some have actually been kept on suspension, and also the investigation is pointing to further possible actions to be taken on some of those that have been identified. So I think that's basically where we are. So we are aware of all of these things that are happening, and we have put in controls. We are also taking action on some of these in that regard. Maybe Chairperson, maybe CFO can also talk in terms of other controls working together with National Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. The additional controls, I'm not going to detail them here because immediately people will know what other controls we are putting. But I must indicate the latest matter, it was detected through the manual controls that we are doing. As much as it's very cumbersome and time consuming, but it is working. The problem when you are dealing with these things, once people know what controls you are doing, they use other means to continue doing what they are doing. But there are additional controls that we are putting. They are costly though, but it's manual. But we hope through the ICT steering committee, there will be more cyber security that are implemented to prevent these things from happening. The other point maybe that I thought I must touch on, Honorable Gama was then indicating a practice note. Actually, we did developed a practice note which was sent to National Treasury. We haven't seen a response from Treasury, but it's part of the engagements that the DG has requested us to engage Treasury, of which we are still waiting for the response from National Treasury. Thank you, DG and Minister.
Thank you, honorable members. There were responses. Do you have any further follow-ups? Can I see by show of hands, members? Do you have any member who wants to make a follow-up? In the absence of none, I see no hand on the platform. I only want to get a clear response from yourself, DG. Lwazi and the CFO, when they responded, they acknowledged, like before, the problem or the capacity of SAGE. But then when I raised the question, my question was also to say, does it affect the payment of service providers? In your response, DG, you said you have Operation Batela that you're confident to say it means none of the service providers are not paid. I'm driving this based on emails that I'm getting, and I also, some of them did share with the minister. Service providers are saying they're not paid in time. I thought in the response you'll acknowledge maybe it affect or not, but the way you responded, it means even the hacking of the system does not affect the process of payment of service providers. Therefore, can you provide us as a committee with a list of service providers? When did they give you the invoice, and after how many days did you pay them? So that it must balance. We need to have and become sure, because if you get a query from a service provider, it says different and your response is different. We need to remember, both of us as a committee and yourself, we cannot detach ourselves. We both have to work together and improve the flaws that we have. We said we are a supporting system, but in the public eye, and you say confidently so, Operation Batela is in place, meaning there's no service provider. Even those who are writing to us, they're creating stories. I want you to be on record and try to respond to this matter. Because yes, I get it, you are acknowledging SAGE, it's not doing well, you have a solution on that. And those who are writing, I've got many emails that are coming to say, I've provided this service for this long, I've not yet paid. Then if there was an investigation, how long does it take? Are we promoting, are we assisting small, medium enterprises to grow or not? I only wanted that clarity. Thank you.
Chair, if I can just quickly say this, if you don't mind, because I get the same emails as you do. And I'm not discounting that some of them are legitimate, but also some of them are not legitimate. And I'll tell you why. What they do is they often can overcharge us, or they can not deliver, or make some issue our problem. And what we have found in a number of these is that when you delve deeper into this, that there are legal contractual obligations that they have not met, or the quality of work has not been signed off on. And then they go forum shopping, looking for willing ears to be able to try and settle their disputes. Now, in some instances, a particular provider related to the inauguration didn't provide a single thing to the in terms of hardware to the department. And because they couldn't provide anything, the contract was cancelled, and yet they still want us to pay them, even though they couldn't deliver on their obligations, and we legally and lawfully cancelled that contract. It cannot be then that they then go and forum shop and seek to take these issues into other forums. So I just think it's important just to give some context that there are legitimate claims and there are illegitimate claims. I think what would help the committee in that respect is to provide a list of legitimate and illegitimate, so the committee also has a list so that they are aware that when these people come knocking, invariably they will, exactly what are the issues and that they have not been paid either in part or in full. And I think, Mr. Sithole, that would be helpful. But I just thought, let me just bring that to the attention of the committee, that every letter that is sent, that there may well be some contractual issues, and I'm sure you would agree to me that we would be in violation of the PFMA if we paid out people that didn't have a legal claim to do so. Thank you so much.
DG, I thought you were going to respond to operational Pakisa with the request of when did the service provider send an invoice and you paid within this particular time. SAGE does not disturb you. Minister, I want to concur and agree with you that yes, it's not everything that comes to our email, but there are illegitimate, there are those ones that are telling us the truth. I want the DG to respond on that. I was very specific to his response. He was very confident to say there are systems in place. That's why he gave us numbers to say, if you have a problem, you are able to call, whether it's Department of Treasury, whether it's DPSA and ourselves. Therefore, does SAGE, my question was, does SAGE give you a problem to a point that you are unable to pay service providers in time because it has been hacked several times? And with the hacking, you are losing funds while you are still waiting for investigation. I believe the department has a plan to say this month we are paying so much, but immediately when you are hacked, it means it has disturbed every plan that you had. So that's why I'm saying, can we get an indication that says whether SAGE has been hacked or not? We don't have a problem. It does not affect us paying service providers in time. I just want that confirmation. Thank you, DG. Are we having a DG missing? CFO, can you come in?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, when there is a system glitch for that period, yes, the scheduled payments do get affected in those instances, Chair. However, as the DG has indicated, there are weekly meetings over and above just Ria Badala where we meet with all the regions and DPGs, where then we emphasize paying of service providers within 30 days. There are challenges in some instances where, because of the distance, where, for instance, you have a claim where project managers must travel for maybe 500 kilometers, like in KZN in particular. In such instances, certain payments get delayed, but there are intervention on monthly basis. And For the main vote, the payment percentage, we are sitting at 99% for the main vote. For PMTE, we are currently sitting at 90% where invoices are paid within 30 days. But the significant number of the payments that are also not paid within 30 days is what the minister has related to, where service providers are claiming for work that is not done, they are dispute. And we also track disputes. I must indicate, Chair, the officials are not yet using that tool that we've developed through the system to say all invoices where they are disputed must be kept in the system so that we can track all of them. But we are in a campaign where we are forcing everyone to use that tool so that we can track all invoices, including those ones that are in disputes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The delegation of the minister, I want to take this opportunity and thank yourself for your time, starting with us until the end. It means a lot. We are in this together. It gives us hope and confidence that the department, yes, indeed, as Unumalo and Marie said, we are taking the right directions. Questioning and trying to get responses is not a fight, but it's we want the lives of South Africans to be changed. I want to agree with you, Minister, that where they don't pay their leases, disconnect services, it's a choice because they don't know the consequences. They do it deliberately. Therefore, we want to encourage you, implement your strategies. How best can you enforce what is rightfully yours as a department? But as I said, let me take this opportunity and appreciate you. We have come to the end of the deliberations of your presentation. The next item, I'll give it to Nola to deal with the minutes of the previous meeting. Minister, if you've got other commitment with your team, you can be excused. Then we'll take it from there. We wish you all the best and a good weekend.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, committee. Thank you to our officials. I really do appreciate the engagement, and I certainly look forward to the next one. Take care until then.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Maybe just as the Minister and the department are moving away from the meeting, I should just remind the committee that next week we will not have a meeting on Wednesday, but rather on a Friday, the 6th of December, and it will also be held virtually because the head of the SIU would only be available on Friday. So our meeting next week is on the 6th of December, the Friday, at 9:30 as usual, and it'll also be held virtually. The link has also been shared with the department and the committee as well. Thank you, Chair. As I move over to the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 13th of November, Honourable Chairperson, and I hope they are visible on the screen, where the committee was dealing with the consideration of the DPWI, the capacity building workshop and Gauteng oversight report, as well as the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 30th of October. And the committee also dealt with the adoption of the amended third term program. Honourable Chair, I'll go through the attendance. There were only 2 apologies that day. The chairperson was ill, and Honourable Thring, who also couldn't attend. From the officials, it was Ms. Ines Stephanie and Ms. Khadija Osman, who's the executive secretary to the chairperson, who also could not attend. And we also had a delegation from the department, which was Mr. Sbande and Mr. Maslaelo Matladi, who's representing the office of the DG. Chair, the meeting started off with the election of an acting chair, which is necessitated by Rule 159 of the National Assembly, that then coerces the committee to elect an acting chairperson in an event where the chairperson of the committee, the sitting chairperson, is unable to perform her duties or is rather absent in the meeting. So the apologies were acknowledged, and then the consideration of the adoption and the adoption of the PRRR was led by the content advisor, and members made inputs to that effect. Honorable Nkosi, seconded by Honorable Mahlangu, moved for the report, for the adoption of the report, and it was adopted with amendments. The amendments then were effected, Honorable Chair, and then the report was subsequently published through the ATC on the same day. That goes the same with the Gauteng oversight report as well as the capacity building workshop. So Honorable Dlelanga, may I say, Chair, was elected as the acting chair on that day, so he was chairing the meeting. So Chair, the capacity building workshop report was adopted, as well as the Gauteng oversight report was also adopted. The committee further adopted the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 30th of October, and the amended third term program was then amended. The committee, therefore, resolved to having all the remaining meetings virtually, which is why today's meeting is also virtual, as well as next week's meeting will definitely be virtual. Lastly, Chair, on the minutes, there was an announcement that the committee had received an invitation, which unfortunately could only see one of the members going to the National Construction Summit. There is a report to that effect, Honorable Chairperson, which has been submitted to your desk and will also be subject to consideration and adoption by the committee next week. Maybe just as I'm still here, Chair, so that you don't have to call me back again, I could as well just deal with the announcements. I've already dealt with the first one, that the meeting will be held on Friday, but then additional to the agenda item, which will be dealt with on Friday, which refers to, or rather, which is dealing with the alleged corruption cases within the department, which is why the SIU will also be there. Additional to that, it's our very last meeting next week, and therefore the committee will have to adopt all its outstanding reports. That means the National Construction Summit report will be adopted. We'll also adopt the annual report of the committee, because we have to produce an annual report for the year 2024, as well as today's report, because we produce committee reports for every quarterly performance that is tabled to the committee. That should be all from my side, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
People might not vote for it. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've been through.
Wait, you have been muted already. Nola, I am not sure. Advice. I thought you're gonna also submit the minutes of Friday, where you continued with the training. Can you clarify that first?
Yeah.
All right, Honorable Chair, we can easily do that, but we didn't want to do it now because the members have not been privy to the minutes. The minutes were only submitted to the chairperson yesterday. As per our norm, we have a 3-day turnaround after each meeting to submit minutes, and therefore, because there was information that was missing from the NSG side, which we wanted to include in the minutes, so that then delayed us having to submit the minutes. However, we're still within our 3-day turnaround time, so we submitted the minutes to the Honorable Chair yesterday. But if the committee feels like we could also include them for adoption today, we can do that. But we just were weary of doing that before the members can go through the minutes on time. Thank you, Chair.
No, you are correct. No rush is fine. Next week it's oversight week or committee week. I thought you were gonna talk to that as well. I'm starting to be a bit not comfortable anymore, but we are at the end. Nola, I thought you were gonna talk to reasons why are we not doing oversight.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chair. We announced it in the last meeting, well, on the 13th actually, because that's when the program was changed, and so we also adopted the third term program. So the announcement was made to the honorable members that we wouldn't be having an oversight visit to the Eastern Cape as envisaged earlier because of the changes in the parliamentary program, which have now changed the entire week from being a committee week to having sittings in Parliament. The Wednesday, however, is available as a committee day. However, because the SIU, which is one of the entities that we would want to have in our meeting, is not available on the day, then we've been approved to sit on a Friday. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Nana. Honorable Reddy, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been through the minutes. I'm happy to move for the adoption of the minutes, and I want to thank the author of the minutes. I think it was very well captured. I went through the minutes of the training session. I'm not sure, was I supposed to get it? Because I went through it as well. And there too, if members had received it, we can actually move for those minutes as well. I just wanted to make the point. It's a pity that you missed that session, Chair, but the notes will capture what the two speakers had spoken about, and I think it's so relevant to the committee. I've actually spoken to the other portfolio committees that I serve on to also have the similar presentation by the NSG. Just also to mention that next week, Friday, the 7th is my birthday, so Nola will prepare something good, a good cake. Unfortunately, we are virtual. I'll get the cake and we'll share it virtually to the members. Thank you.
Members, if you're comfortable with what Honorable Reddy said about Friday, you can still adopt it. It does not stop us if you have received all of you, but if not, you still have the time, as Nola have said. There was a time I logged in, Honorable Reddy. It's just that, when you are sick, 2 minutes you're fine, 2 minutes you're not. I logged in. There was a time I logged in. Few things I kept up them. It was a good session. Can I get a seconder of the movement that was made by Honorable Reddy?
Mare.
Honorable Mare.
I'll second.
Both, even for Friday, Reddy has made two move. He has moved for 2 minutes. He said he had an opportunity of what Nola has sent. Are you moving for both?
I've got no problem to move for both.
Okay.
Chair, can I please come in procedure?
Okay.
Honorable Reddy only saw the minutes because he was the acting chair. Not all the members have the minutes. Can we? I would like to beg for indulgence, Chairperson, that we hand the minutes over to members so they can all go through them and satisfy themselves. Then we can adopt next week when we're rounding up everything. Thank you,
Agreed.
Chair.
Agreed, Chair. Agreed.
Fine. Chair.
No, it's okay.
Chair.
Can I get an indication if there's a contrary view? In the absence of non-honorable members, we have came to Honorable Mare.
Sorry, I interrupt you, but I just want to put it on the record that I will put in an apology for next Friday. It's the last and final board meeting of Parmet, and I have to attend it, and it starts in the morning, so I won't be able, and it's in person. So I just put it on the record. Thank you.
Also, you must represent us well. That Parmet must pay my hospital bills.
Decline.
Honorable members, I think we came to the end of our meeting, and I want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much. You've been a supporting team throughout. It was not easy, but yeah, I'm getting there. The meeting stand adjourned. Have a good weekend.